Hey everyone, this is exciting. I see tons of people here already. You're seeing some of yesterday's stuff on there also. Um, right around the time when Remdog says "Welcome back, Doc," is about where it starts for today,
I
and
forgot how
so
to wipe that.
yeah. Deotter says hello, halu, okay, and Deotter says he's making a train station. It's annoying. Okay, that's interesting. Those are fun to build. Nearly a dozen train stations, Remdog says. Yeah, that's good stuff. Trumpkin is with us and says hello. Where does it start over here? Men with no plan? Okay. It says toodles and bye. Okay, see you
Yeah,
around.
those
Okay,
deals.
so we don't have any new chat yet in YouTube Studio.
We
Yes, we do. And I've got to disable this chat and pull the new chat because that one didn't automatically refresh.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because YouTube Studio is attached to the video itself, as
Okay.
opposed to Twitch being attached to the account.
Okay. Well, I just put the news. So Solar Flare says first, and Remdog says wait till you see teach chat.
Twitch.
Oh, Twitch chat. Okay. I finally made it finally. Hey, Aaron. Good. I'm glad you made it. Good morning, goat. Bah. And Solar Flare says hi. All righty. Wooly, glad to see you here, and thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Oh,
And
today
Jaxie Waxy wants you to be nice
Maxie
and limber.
Waxy wants to be nice and nice and limber.
Yeah,
Oh,
redeem stretch.
redeem stretch already. Probably ought to. I installed a fan light yesterday, and my back is complaining that I did. Man, it was kind of tight last night after I was reaching up and contorting, trying to get in different. If anybody's put up a fan light before, you know that you gotta contort above it and below it and get all the wires connected. And I only shocked myself 4 times. Only 4. Yes, I was doing it live because figuring out what stupid breakers in this mess of a house we live in is challenging. What flavor monster do I have? I have peachy keen for the monster, and when I get done with that, I've got peach for the Walmart water. There we go, peach for the Walmart water. So I'm going to be peachy today. I'm just peachy. So, all right, hair's still looking fresh. Good. It hasn't grown out yet. Thank goodness. Got a little bit more hair around the chin this morning. Didn't want to shave this morning. Too much of a bother.
You're retired,
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the full Santa beard.
Yeah. Then that when I don't think that'll ever happen with Mama Doc around. I think Mama Doc will put a halt to it before it gets to be much of a beard at all. She sends me to the showers and says, "Go shave." If it gets too long. Alrighty. Alrighty. So hydrating, yes, we'll hydrate. Been trying to watch the lives, but getting up early to work early. Got a short break to say hello. Hope I get to come across more of your live streams. That'd be great if you could. Aaron, they are always posted right after the live stream, so you can go review whatever you missed. We're going to try to get better at putting chapter markings on them so you can kind of fast forward to the areas that you really want to see. But today, excited about Star Rupture, are you, Trumpkin? So am I. Mama Doc just hates fun. No, she doesn't hate fun. She just hates beards.
Yes, she does.
I was growing my mustache out. You notice my mustache was kind of going down here, and she said, "Yeah, too long. Go take care of it."
It'll just take a little bit of time. It'll go from a mustache to
Well, when
eventually.
she says she's not going to kiss me anymore, that kind of takes all the fun
It
out
just
of it.
takes time. It just takes time. She'll get used to it. Eventually, it'll turn into a nice little Fu Manchu, and then you'll start getting a little soul patch, and just a little bit of time, right?
Oh, yeah, it takes time to grow something like that, that's for sure. Excited about Star Rupture, so are we. We got invites also, both Robert and myself, to go ahead and play the preview of Star Rupture. So I'm going to be investigating that later today. Tomorrow, we'll probably put together some video clips of the game as we play through the various parts. We'll get that posted, and then we'll show you what we found on Thursday. So Thursday, when we start the stream, we'll show you a bit of Star Rupture and show you what it's looking like and what we might look forward to when it gets released. I'm really, really hoping that it gets released this fall, like it says. So, Stefan says, "Are there any monsters attacking the base?" I don't know yet because I haven't actually opened it. I did install Star Rupture this morning, but
There is no NDA, by the way, Trump kid.
there is not internal NDA. Yeah. Sorry about missing your streams recently. Limitless Void. Yes, it's been a while. It has been a while. So, alrighty. So, yeah, if there's, you know, there was nothing that they had assigned.
Yeah, I read the FAQ. It specifically said no NDA.
Okay, very good. So, in other words, they want free advertising.
Yeah.
So, they're going to get free advertising. That's the way things work.
So is that you saying that on Thursday we're going to be playing Star Rupture?
For a while,
Cool.
for a bit, yeah, and we'll see how long people really want to see more of it. And I mean, we may not have much more much to show, depending on how much they've released of the game. You know, they might have only released the very first part of the game, and you play through that, and that's all there is to show.
Yeah.
But anyway,
They have a specific list of bugs that they're aware of, and they said they're specifically focusing on nailing down the early game.
okay,
So,
all right. So we'll play through the early game, and we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see. All right. So let's. I'm gonna go to. Is there anything new to see on the group world? Because if there's nothing really new to see on the group world, I did say I was going to go start building the Phase 4 stuff. But I am so excited to get back to my real world, my Doc Solo world, that I'm tempted just to go straight there. What do you think, everyone?
go for it. You
Okay.
can always go back to the other one for a bit.
Yeah, if somebody, like, I don't see Alexa online yet, and Mega Meaty Bacon Man is here. Trumpkin is here. So a few of the developers that have been on our, and Solar Flare, are on that we're developing on our group world. Do you ever hang out on Discord's voice chat? The answer to that is not very often. Between now and possibly through September-ish, I probably won't, simply because we're really trying hard to get my daughter and their family into their new house, because they're actually homeless right now. They sold their home in Arkansas, and the house is getting the well drilled yesterday and today, so they'll have running water as soon as the well gets done and it gets piped over there. And then we got to hook up all the water inside, and we got to get the rest of the electrical hooked up inside. And so, you know, as soon as that kind of clears the air, and I'm not so focused on helping them get in there so they're not having to use our house. I mean, we got a little 3-bedroom house, and put, you know, stuff another 2 more adults and 9 more kids into that little house along with Mama Doc and myself. It gets to be a crowd. 13 people with 1 bathroom and 3 teenagers.
Crowd.
And so you can kind of see what's going on there. And so we've got a motivation to get that started. So, hey, there's Alexa. So as soon as we get them in there, we'll be able to, I'll be able to loosen up my schedule, hang out on Discord more often, and we've got a lot of other things planned for this fall. So that is good. So yes, we should have a hangout day in the weekend on Saturday anyway, and just be able to do that. And you know, we've got those kind of things planned. So Here we've got, I've got coal power just waiting for resources. So I need to go finish making the cable line that I was going to make with my copper mine that I have out there that I put on a platform yesterday. So I'm going to make the cable line and get cables being built. We've got rotors being built already and plenty of reinforced iron plate already. We just have to go pick those up. So let's go focus on the cable so we can unlock coal. And once we unlock coal, we're going to be in great shape.
So, Doc,
Yes.
Kenneth Raldrick says, Doc, have you ever been told you get perfect Mr. Wilson for a Dennis the Menace reboot?
No, I haven't been told that. I've been more accused of being Dennis the Menace because Dennis was my middle name, is my middle name. And growing up, it was kind of a, gosh, I hate this middle name.
Because Dennis the Menace was a big character at that time.
At that time, he was, yes.
That's a great comment, Kenneth. I love it. Guillermo Silverio says, "Hi, Doc. Started playing Satisfactory about 20 hours in.
Oh, 20. Okay.
Yeah, watching tips helped a lot.
Fantastic. I mean, a game has to be accessible. And Doc Dennis, well, spell Dennis right and spell Hansen right, and you've got it. Dennis has two N's, and Hansen is spelled with an O-N. Then you've got it. Doc Richard Dennis Hansen, by the way.
And Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, I've completed the Mega Dock, and the train line is functioning now. All the products are going to the main hub area. Have a proper look inside at your leisure, sir. The only thing for that project that remains is the link in the drone port on top of his head.
Okay, now the question I need to ask you then, Mega Meaty Bacon Man, is do you mind if we make a video just showing off the
Mega Dock.
The Mega Dock? Do you mind? Because I would love to go just make a humorous, short, long form video just exploring that structure. So if you're okay with that, that's one of the videos that I want to put out just for fun. And of course, giving you full credit for having built it. So if you're okay with that, I would love to do that. I've got to get more plate in order to...
Yes, sir.
I've got to have more plate in order to make foundations, in order to make my cables. Or do I just go make cables so I can make coal power?
Yeah,
I guess
because your reinforced iron plate and your rotors are all being auto-made. Don't you
Yeah.
have a set making cables for you?
No, not yet. That's what I was going to do with this line that I was... Oh, gosh, darn it. I need to reboot my computer because my... or restart Synapse, Razer Synapse, one of the two.
So Mr. Bacon says, oh, for sure. I was going to suggest something like that. Yes, please do.
Okay, very good. Very good. I'd like to show off some of the builds that Whitestone Industries is doing too, because he does great stuff. And does anybody realize that Whitestone Industries, he's been here several times on our streams, that Whitestone also has a channel with over 2,000 videos on it?
Yeah.
That is amazing. He really, really does a lot of videoing. I think we'll get together and help coach him on being able to grow his channel a little bit faster than he's currently doing. Because I'm sure he'd like to see a little bit more growth than he's doing. But yeah, search Whitestone Industries. Go subscribe to his channel and take a look at the great things that he's doing, because he has made some beautiful stuff for our channel in the Gigafactory, in our Gigafactory save. In fact, the biggest thing he does is he builds things that look like the thing that is being made inside of it. So he'll build like what is one of the things he built that look the outside of the building looked like what was being built inside the building.
Modular frame.
Oh, modular frame factory, yeah.
Yeah, the modular frame, heavy modular frame, and he did the whole progression.
Yeah.
Was that Was that Whitestone who did that?
I thought it was.
Okay. I just don't recall.
I know he does that kind of thing.
Okay.
So he's got a channel that needs a little bit of love. And I think some of our people here can give him that too if you head on over there and subscribe to his channel too. And give him some good suggestions in the comments and give him some activity. So that'd be great. So I need 500. Which means I need 268 more. I now have 300 more. Okay, we've got enough to head on over and grab some rotors.
So Limitless Void said, I started a new sorter the size of my gigabase for every item excluding equipment because my first sorter was too small.
Yeah.
Also then realized that the dimensional depot part doesn't work, so now I see why we tested before using them.
Yeah.
But he says it won't quite be done for the showcase for this month.
Oh, shucks.
We'll have to wait for another month to see it.
Okay. We'll show it whenever it's ready.
I can go take a look.
All right. All right. Robert's going to go AFK to handle a tech issue for the moment. And so he'll be back as soon as needed. And we've got plenty of those, and we've got rotors here. And there we got plenty of rotors. Rotors to rotors, yay. And as soon as those are done, we'll have we need 1,000 of these for the space elevator next, so that's why it's pumping those out. So that's good stuff. Good stuff there. All right, let's go to the space elevator. Pardon me, let's go to the hub and...
I scared the problem straight.
Okay.
IT guy walks in, all finished.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, how many times do you go to fix somebody's problem and all of a sudden it just magically fixes itself?
Yep.
So Robert walks in the door and gosh, it just came to life. It worked.
So Aaron says, once I found out you can get mods, it kind of ruined the idea of vanilla gameplay. I can now no longer play vanilla without getting bored of the constant placing of buildings, conveyors, etc.
Yeah, that's the risk of playing with mods. I mean, good, you know. Good for you that you recognize that. But yeah, you're right. If you get in the habit of using mods at times, it can make it sometimes too easy.
That's why I'm generally anti-mod. Until I have a very specific use case that I have to have solved, then I'll go find a mod for it.
Like a gigafactory that's way too tall for the limitation they put on elevators.
Yes.
So, all right.
Okay.
Are we ready to send the freighter back up to the space?
Yes, sir. For coal power.
Milestone reached. Power product. Water.
Okay, so there's two things that we need for power production. So I'm going to choose the next thing here, which I always skip and go to basic steel production here because I want to start getting that steel production going as quick as possible. So I'm going to go there. The next thing I'm going to do, and also I need steel for the versatile framework. I'm not quite sure where the automated wiring comes in. I don't think it goes there. Might have to go to tier 4 to get the actual automated wiring. And the fix-it blueprint comes next. Advanced steel production. Yeah, you have to go clear to advanced steel production to get the automated wiring. So you've got all of these things that you need to make for phase 2. I'd like to start the factory for these two items here, like I've already started the factory for the smart plating. So I will probably go ahead and select basic steel production. I'll jump to tier 4 and get logistics and advanced steel production, and then I'll jump back to 3 and finish it up. So I do these out of order simply because I want to focus on specific things at specific times. Because I've found that sometimes if you wait till the end to do phase 2, all of a sudden you're working on phase 2 forever, and you can't get any more benefit from opening the tiers, because the tiers give you stuff. The phases just are roadblocks. They're just roadblocks that force you to make some things for fix it that, we don't care about fix it, right?
Yeah.
We're
independent contractors.
Exactly. So we're in it for ourselves, right? So we just got to get the roadblocks out of the way. So I tend to try to focus on those before they become a roadblock. Okay. So all right. So now the cool thing about this is that just on the other side of the space elevator is our 3 normal coal nodes. Right up there. Aren't they beautiful?
So Guillermo said, I got 2 basic, 8 coal gen to 3 water pumps. Do I need more energy for
Yes.
phase 3?
For phase 3, no. Will you need more energy? Yes, definitely. It's kind of a... You'll kind of have a love-hate relationship with power your entire time playing Satisfactory. Because every time you want to unlock something new, you've got to have more power to do it. And so when you need more power, it just stops you. And, you just, all of a sudden, you can't build a new power plant because you can't build a new device because you don't have enough power to run it. And so you've always got to have more. Do you have to have more now is the question.
Yeah.
And that question can easily be answered by going to a power pole to determine what your power grid looks like at the moment. But you always want to stay ahead of it. That's the critical piece, is you have to stay ahead of your coal needs. Okay?
Your power needs.
Your power needs, yes. And I'm focused on coal, so I said coal. Okay.
Right.
Forgive me, please. Okay. Oh, and I can't build any foundations because I don't have any plate. That was the problem with... Okay. So I've got these beautiful coal things waiting for me to get enough plate so I can build the foundations, to build the mines, to build the... on and on and on. And I have to go build the water pumps. I got to go see what I need for water pumps, too. So what am I going to need to build a water pump? So water pump is logistics. Nah, nope. Is water pump a production item? Yeah, it sure is. The water extractor. Golly, stop it, Wreck. All right, okay, so I'm going to need to make copper sheeting in addition to the rotors and reinforced iron plates. Now, making rotors and reinforced iron plates, way cool. We got that. I've got another copper mine that I can set down and just make copper sheeting. So obviously there's some infrastructure needs that I need to get in place before I can do a whole lot more. And so I'm going to wander over here where I've got a couple miners placed on mines. And I'm going to fall. Okay.
Solar Flare asked, how is Robert, Doc, Mama Doc, and Garrett doing today?
We're all doing just super fantastic. Oh, we got gaming. Gaming such teas. Okay. Where this stream is about power, I am building a factory in Satisfactory, and I ran out of resources to build an energy production to get the factory running. And that, so now it feels like when you start a new world again. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like starting over again when you venture into a new level of build.
And Mokiru redeemed hydrate.
Oh, he wants me to take a drink, does he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for my iron mine that I already put a mine on. I see it over in the distance. Yep. And there's another one to the left as well. So I can come back and do that copper one. But I need to get this iron making stuff again. And notice I'm not picking up vegetation this time through, simply because I'm planning on having a coal plant here pretty soon.
Potential edible collected. If consumed
So we
before
had
authorized as compatible with the human
Texas Speech Redemption
research
was
it
a
in the
little bit too long.
Uh-huh. What is a little bit too long?
The Texas Speech Redemption.
Oh, the last one? Okay.
From Ada. So Alexa, I refunded that. If you could send a little bit shorter.
Rewrite it. Make
Yeah.
it a little shorter. Okay,
So-
well, I got one sitting here on a limestone mine. Doggone it. Let's go around the corner here.
You can always scan.
Yeah, that's true, but that would be no fun.
Okay.
I'd rather wander.
Brandon Johnson said, "Hey Doc, I'm thinking to make my first factory. Should I delete my spaghetti and start fresh where it was? Any advice?"
I would not start fresh where you are. I would start beside it, because beside it you can at least use the you can at least use the production that's currently going to get your other area started. So kind of start beside it so that you can build it the way you want to, and then start deconstructing your other stuff, and then pulling those back onto foundations and getting it organized. All right. And this looks like another copper.
Incompetent just subscribed with Prime.
Oh wow.
Comment
Fantastic.
says, "Good morning. It's been 4 months." It's incompetent.
And notice our subscriptions on the screen there. 97,600. Yeah, we are gaining about 200 subscribers per day at the moment. At the moment, we are going to end up hitting the 100,000 and have our 100,000 subscriber celebration in August. It's pretty definite that it's going to happen in August, because we're getting about 4,700 subscribers every 28 days, and 4,700 puts it well above the 100,000. So we are just flat excited about what's happening with the channel. It's just been great.
Trumpkin777 said, "We at Fixit are monitoring your communications and are aware of your apparent disloyalty toward Fixit. Please remember that your work is saving the cats and dogs of Earth."
Oh dear. I've been discovered. Is this another copper? Good heavens. Where did my iron mines go? Where did my iron mines go? Come on.
Alessander_Petrova said, "Hello Doc, Ada, hear your power issues could be solved by making 8 pure geothermal generators for 2,900 3,400 megawatts off power, so stop sweating about power issues and get back to work."
Man, I'm getting flogged today. Okay, so we've got another copper mine here. I'm looking for an iron mine so that I can, as soon as I get some explosives, I got a slug in there. It should be cool.
Hello, Megalith. Megalith is here. Yes, I did, Megalith.
You did what? Did you do something?
He asked if I updated the API endpoint in the whitelist bot.
Oh, I thought you were asking if you did anything but be lazy or something.
Wow.
Robert and I have actually been so busy. Just to give you an idea of how busy we've been, I got my new 3D printer sitting over there in the box. We got it yesterday morning. Okay? And we were so busy, we didn't even unbox it yet. So Robert's been doing quite well. I tease a lot, but he's been working really hard. So
It's got a 4-color multicolor chain
yep, it's a
printer. Ugh.
4-color printer, and it prints nice fine layer heights. So we're gonna get good quality prints. Fuse blown? What do you mean fuse has been blown?
You're probably out of biomass, now that you've not been gathering it.
Do you really think I might be out of biomass?
I have no idea. Oh no, Megala says, I was at a pool, need to take a shower, but there's no water. And the water company said it won't be available for another hour and a half.
Water company says water won't be available?
Crazy.
That is bizarre.
We have quite the backlog of comments here, so we're going to kind of go through them real quick. Little Kid says, hey Doc, how you doing? My world's a mess. A lot of spaghetti. I would love to organize and have it nice and clean, but I'm overwhelmed and don't know how to begin.
Okay, well, when your world is a mess, you just take one step at a time and clean up one thing, and then take down your spaghetti, and then go organize another thing, and then take down the spaghetti again. So one step at a time will get it there, and we had a limestone node in the middle of the tree.
You know, I'd say make sure your dimensional depot's running. Get everything loaded into dimensional depot, and then go to a new zone and start over. Leave everything else.
Not enough space to pick up limestone? Ooh, what do my bags look like?
And
Gads, I've got stuff. I think it's time to go.
Wire.
Yeah, it's time to go see what's going on with my power plants.
And Vaughn's first name is Dennis.
Good. I like Dennis. Dennis the Menace was always a good tormentor of all my life growing up. Understand, okay, being 68 years old, Dennis the Menace was playing, I think it was in reruns by the time I was a kid. But any kid named Dennis in school, they found out about it, and you were just, like mean kids do. They just always give you a hard time when your name is funky. So,
Okay.
Somebody wants a build gun. Somebody wants me to print a build gun, huh?
Yep.
I plan on it, by the way.
Yeah. We were actually looking at it just a couple days ago.
Yep.
Getting the electronics kit, and we print everything that goes into it.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. KRM says, Doc, I need your help.
Oh no.
I just started this game for the first time, and I'm trying to move from biomass to coal, but the coal nodes are at least 1,000 meters away, or 500 plus, and hard to reach because of height.
You must have started in the grassy fields.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, that was the dilemma that I had in the grassy fields. You've got a lot of coal, a lot of iron. I mean, you've got a lot of iron. You've got a lot of the copper. You've got a lot of those kind of resources very close by, and you can build a lot of the early game stuff. But when it comes to coal, you just wow. I would suggest in the green fields, go to the southwest corner. Go southwest from where you're at, and you will find a coal mine just across a gulf. So take enough stuff to build platforms over to it. But over there's a pure coal mine there that you can put even a Mark I miner on and get a lot of good stuff from. And then run your conveyors up and in, run it to one of the lakes close by, and then build your power plants around a lake there. That's where I built my first coal plant.
Okay. Let me make this full screen, and you
Okay.
can point it out on the map. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So this is. Let me show green. So Doc.
Okay. So, yeah, the one I was thinking of is that lower left one there.
Yeah, but it's on that little island
Right.
Then you have to bridge to.
And you have to bridge over to it. But that's closest you've got to the grassy area there. It's really accessible. There's no mountains to climb or anything. The only thing you have to do is get over that gorge in between.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a beautiful, pure mine. And then just conveyor it up to that lake that's in the center there. And you can build as many water extractors as you need. I think eventually built, what was it, 12?
Something like that.
Power plants on that lake with that one coal mine, but that'll get you started.
The other alternative that Active Stan notes is that there's these 4 right here down in this lagoon area, and there are 4 normals, which is pretty good.
But you've got to get down a fairly major cliff to get there.
Yes.
That lake is right down the edge of a cliff.
The other one that Doc used was this one, but this one's on top of a bluff. It's kind of hard to get to, and you have to take it over here to this water to really be able to use it.
Oh, actually, I took it over that little pond next to it.
Right, but that pond was always so frustrating.
Yeah,
trying to get the water extractors in there.
Yep, it was.
But yeah, if you're decent at the parkour, I believe the path down the cliff is from this back here that you can climb up. But yep. Okay. More comments. Let's see. Oh, Limitless Void asks what kind of printer it is. And you'll be happy. Limitless Void goes on to say I have a Creality K1 Max and a K1C. Really enjoy them. And Doc bought the Anycubic Cobra S1 combo. I personally have been a big fan of Prusa for a long time, but when you're paying 4 times as much for the printer, you don't get a new printer as often.
Yeah.
Which is really annoying, but... And Rex's game file says, guess what? Off to work again.
All right. Have a good day at work, I guess.
And Samuel last name says, morning, Doc. Stream notification woke me up, so no beauty sleep.
No beauty sleep today. No,
And
no.
Satisfactory's fault. I'm ugly today.
Yeah.
And Yuval Korin says, love your short stuff.
Thanks. Okay, it looks like I can turn on my power pole here. Go to a power pole. And see if we can...
Malsero_Abby said, proper hydration is important in saving humanity.
Looks like I might need to build a power plant or 2 more.
Okay, Doc,
Because all of these are running and it's still...
did you get that notification I just sent?
I don't know. No,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, then no. I have to reconnect with Vocalix.
Oh, okay. Okay, tell me when to reconnect.
Go ahead.
Okay. Fuse sound, yes, very scary.
It did not connect.
Okay.
Can you try that again?
Okay, disconnect and okay. I've got to go get the port number again.
I'm just gonna restart it entirely, so just reconnect.
Okay, are you ready for me to?
No, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, now go ahead.
It's too bad I have to rebuild build another power plant because, frankly, it's not connecting. Frankly, I'm right on the cusp of having coal, but I'm building more biofuel plants.
The last couple redemptions, if you have not seen them come through, please try them again. I had to reject them all because our system needs to be restarted.
Okay, I'm missing iron plate, of course.
Dr. Riptide says, toot toot, Doc. Cheers for all the shorts. Taught me heaps about this Jens.
You, you bet. Great.
Oh, because they
Great.
pulled out. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to manually create some. Gonna have to manually create some. Gonna have to manually create some plates so that I can get a biomass burner. Right after I've
Alert,
unlocked
due to
coal.
increased spectator engagement, conveyor belt functionality is now offline.
Oh, too
Estimated
bad.
downtime is 10 minutes. Your
So I've
inability to optimize is not a bug, it's a feature. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to Fix It's Entertainment Division.
fixed this entertainment division. Yeah. So even though I can build a new power plant, I cannot put it online because I can't connect it to.
You could manually feed it.
Who did no conveyors?
That was the otter.
Okay, so I can't do conveyors, but I can put a biomass burner here. But it says that I'm missing iron plate. Oh, that's right. I gotta go make it. God. I didn't collect iron plate. I collected stuff to make it. So
Attention, Fix It has granted you a single Butterfinger consumption event.
now he's trying to sweeten me
Please
up
savor it
after
responsibly. Additional units remain classified and inaccessible. Enjoy the illusion of freedom. It pairs well with chocolate.
That was Gauntlegrim. Who wanted to speak? See, Gauntlegrim is always here to give you the Butterfinger.
that. No. Okay. Okay.
Especially after Gauntlegrim sent us a package of Butterfingers.
Yes.
So. Oh, God.
And it actually, Robert, actually, we were quite lucky. You know, we've been suffering through 95-degree, 98-degree weather during the day. Luckily, Robert happened to go collect the mail shortly after it was delivered to the mailbox. So the Butterfingers did not all melt.
Yeah. Oh, and Gauntlegrim had a notification when it got delivered, and so he let me know, hey, go check them out. So
Yeah. Very good. That's how that happened.
that's it.
Okay.
Anti-Crisis Play says, morning, I watched your desert stream and was excited, so I started a new game without mining and crafting. Automation only.
Very good. Very good.
So yeah, we actually have some specific plans of stuff we want to print with the 4-color feature of the printer.
That we're going to end up making available to our subscribers, to our fans, to people who would like them. I was waiting for you to fill the airwaves there, Robert, but you didn't want to, I guess.
Oh, I will just let you hang.
You let me hang. Yep, you did. You were letting me hang, that's for sure.
Attention Pioneer, fluid transport privileges have been suspended. Viewer sentiment indicates that watching your systems fail brings them joy.
Yeah.
Pipe construction is disabled for 10 minutes. Hydration is optional. Suffering is not.
Okay. So much for coal power.
Gondelgrim says, speaking of food, does Doc have any food allergies or aversions to beef jerky?
No,
He has some aversion
the
to any
only
bacon.
aversion I have to beef jerky is that costs so doggone much.
You have an aversion to the price tag.
I have an aversion to the price tag at all.
Yeah.
Yep. So these, okay, this one doesn't have fuel yet. Yes, it does have fuel. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that'll cut off a major part of our
Of the factory.
of the factory. So hopefully this will stay on.
Yeah, that's your entire factory.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just a major part. That's okay.
Okay. In other words, I've got to get the biofuel burners producing enough over here to fill up the machines. And I wasn't getting, I mean, the front end of here had to start processing all this stuff and getting, the machines filled. So I'm going to wait for a while to get these machines filled. In the meantime, I can't build pipes
Or conveyors.
or well, wait a minute. Once it starts no pipes, then I can build conveyors, right?
No. Oh, no.
Well, how much time do I have on no conveyors? Or does all it become additive? All of a sudden I've got no pipes, no conveyors, no nothing until finally no
Look,
pipes is...
as Alexa says, geothermal is the way. No pipes, no conveyors.
Yes, but the closest geothermal is clear the heck to the northwest of the desert, clear over there.
Yeah,
Where I'm
yep.
pointing.
Well, no conveyors expires in 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. I want to see... No conveyors expires when?
In about 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to see...
Gaming Suchdy says, at least you have the resources for coal power. I don't. By the way, if you want to see the factory, I can't get running because of missing power. I did put a picture of it on the Discord.
Fantastic. Do you want it in the showcase?
Probably in the help section.
No. Okay. I can't build conveyors, but I can build the splitters.
And Hologram redeemed scanner hard drive. So as soon as you're done with this, we can go get that scan. That's something you can do.
Yeah.
And the sandwich asks, where do you think is the best spot for coal?
Coal is found in pockets all over the map. It's just coal I've found is never in a convenient place. Is the best way to say that. Without it being in a convenient place, you just have to go find it where you can. Okay, there's 4 in here now. Okay, let's see how much. So you just have to go to satisfactorycalculator.com, turn on coal for your map, and see where you can find some coal. Okay, and that's just you just do the best you can. Okay, I still have plenty of leaves, plenty of wood to keep chomping through. So. Okay.
Man, those conveyors are just so slow.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. But they're all upgraded to Mark. Well, not all, but that doesn't need to be upgraded to Mark
Right.
2. The center ones do, and so the center ones are upgraded.
So Mo Kara says, hey Doc, I started playing 3 days ago. When I searched
Okay.
Satisfactory on YouTube, your shorts came up, and man, have they changed my game.
Fantastic.
Especially Manifolds. Thank you for taking the time to do the shorts.
You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. Um, the shorts were kind of a, if I had a hard time learning this, why other people would probably have a hard time learning this, and so um, that's why I started building the shorts, and then the shorts were so wildly successful. Successful meaning wildly popular. Can I do conveyors yet, Robert?
Yeah, you can do conveyor. You still have to do that hard drive too.
Okay. I just want these auto-filling with solid biofuel.
Absolutely.
Okay, so those are filling with solid biofuel eventually. It's really too bad that I have to keep extending those things.
And Moshe
All right.
says, you're the reason I got back into Satisfactory recently. Figuring
nice.
out how to get out of the early game was heck.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit of a challenge to get out of the early game. Okay, my capacity is clear up here at 480 now. I'm going to go ahead and put the rest of my rest of the plant online by putting this one cable back in from there to there, and then let's see what it looks like. Come on, consumption 0. Why is this one off? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so my max consumption is still higher than my current.
Oof.
Oof, but look
You
where
are
my capacity
so
line
close.
and my production line is.
Yeah.
Although everything was just firing up, so
Mm.
it tends to soften after it fires up. It's amazing some of the things that are very realistic in Satisfactory and some things that are not. When things like heaters and generators and fans and so forth, any electrical device, when it starts up, it always starts up with a surge of demand. So when I put that other cord on there, here we've got this surge of demand here, and once they fire up and start going, they usually go down. Now, why did my production go down?
You probably ran out of fuel on those that only had a couple.
No fuel.
I think you're gonna have to hand make some fuel. Those two constructors are not enough.
Yeah, those two. That
Oh, that one. Really?
the one is outputting 60 per minute. These are consuming 4 per minute. So 60 into 4 into 60 is 115. I can support 15 of them. And I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Okay, so I don't have the ability to create, to do any overclocking yet.
And with the fact that some of these are just sucking up extra, that means that, until the manifold is saturated, you're not going to keep all 15 open.
Yep. So I disconnect that part of my.
Yep, and you could just leave it running.
Yep.
Yeah, as Trumpkin says, manifold's kind of a problem at this stage.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so my consumption is going to be really low. This last one is going to have a hard time being filled. So I'm going to go get some more biofuel. I'm going to hand make some biofuel and fill that last one, just so that it stays going for a period of time.
It might be a good idea to just put a second constructor there instead of having the two merge into that one final one. have them both feed a single one, because I bet you the output of the previous machines is going to be backing up. You gotta reverse that. The Dark Crusader has a first-time chat, so welcome, welcome. Says, keep it up. It's great to see older people playing games. My dad did that.
Older? What do you mean? I'm only ancient. I'm not old. Okay.
You know, British kids pulled the whole, you're as old as the dinosaurs thing on me the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, come on. First off, I invented that joke back in my day.
You invented that joke, huh?
No, it's the whole joke of, the older generation invented what the kids take advantage of. I don't know. Oh, the Dark Crusader says season, not old.
There you go.
Season.
Season. There we go. I've never been accused of being young. At least not for a long time.
I think you're one tick off there.
One tick off of what?
The rotation there.
I guess I am.
Yeah. And first time chat from Instalockbrim says, I think it's called experience.
That's what I need, right?
Yeah.
And I need to be able to and then I need to have another splitter right.
Or a merger.
I didn't give myself enough space to put another one in here.
Am I just messing things up by telling you to do that? So Anticrisis asked, have you ever played or liked some games like SimCity or Cities Skylines?
I used to play SimCity all the time until they just mucked it up. I mean, after a while it just got ridiculous with the number of things you had to manage.
But he was actually asking about Skylines the other day.
Okay. I have to redo this whole manifold, basically.
Actually, how about you just take down the first two biofuel generators, and that'll give you all the space you need, biomass burners, and then you can just add more to the end.
And I just start it here.
Yeah, there you go.
And so I can just put a merger to merge these two and then go straight into the splitters.
Yeah, how about that?
Let's see about that. Well, I think that's a good suggestion.
Address data says, Robert, messing things up since 65 million BC. How dare.
Okay. I ought to be able to get a conveyor to go here to here, and then get one to go here to there. That was the solution, Robert.
Okay. So
Good.
Mo Kira asks, where do you get your inspiration from on your build layout? Is it like real life engineering experience or lots of trial and error?
It's real life procurement and supply chain management experience. In other words, I worked at Boeing in procurement and supply chain management forever. And in doing so, um, I I got a lot of experience in managing what goes into this, that goes into this, that goes into this to make a final product. So that whole progression of things makes it pretty easy for me to conceive if I've got to make a modular engine, and the modular engine needs these two things, and these two things need those things, and those things. It just lays out in my mind really easy because I've studied those supply chains in enterprise resource planning programs and so forth for a long time.
Yep.
Okay, so power and power line, and putting a power line to this to start producing, and telling it that I'm going to create solid biofuel.
There we go.
Now it merges. It'll produce solid biofuel and then merge into there and start sending it down line. And now I need to add 2 more machines down here to make up for the machines that I just deleted.
And Johnny's Lopez says, I was having a hard time understanding how to build an efficient factory. And then this channel came in my reels. And now I'm understanding the game even better and always having new ideas for my factory.
Fantastic.
Turn those around. Pay attention. Come on. Come on. Get to work.
Stop paying attention and commenting to the nice compliments that were just giving me. Okay.
Gottogrim says, speaking of hot, it's 10 in the morning and 92 degrees.
In where? Are you
Florida.
the Floridian?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's our Florida man.
Okay, so... okay. All right, so we have the need for a splitter first. Let's go get a splitter down here first.
Yeah, Gottogrim, it's we here in Missouri are blessed that at 10 a.m. it's only 88 degrees here.
Yes. And I remember those days in Florida where we'd wake up in the morning and it was mid 80s already, and you're already going, do I really want to go outside? Do I really want to go outside? The answer was always no, but work was outside, so you had to go do it. So
Solar Flare says, Doc, you ever gonna make shorts on building tips or building tricks?
aren't my shorts a lot on building tips and tricks? Hey, if you think I'm missing shorts that you'd like to see made, remember there's that one specific place where, in the Discord, where you can put those suggestions in. Please do. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We've put out 80 tips now. We've made 80 tips. Frankly, we have scoured the wiki for about all the wiki has, and now we're looking for real tips that make real impact to players' lives. So if you feel we're still missing something, please suggest it in that Discord channel, because we weekly we go over that Discord channel to look for more ideas.
Mm-hmm. And Pickle Programmer says hi.
Pickle Programmer says hi.
The
huh?
Pickle Programmer. I like
The
that.
Pickle Programmer. I like that. I like that. All right. I've got to hook these up to a power supply. Okay, fine. Looks like I'm probably going to need a new power line on here to go over to here. And then we can go from here.
And there in Florida, he says it's only 64% humidity. Let me check what the humidity is around here right now. We are going through a bit of a heat wave, but luckily Doc says it's going to break here. You said 2 days?
Tomorrow is the last day of our extreme heat warning that we've been under since Monday of last week. It's been just literally a week and a half of 95 to 100 degree temperatures in between there. And of course, the real feel is unbearable. So,
Yeah.
okay, so why would these 4 they'd still be red because they don't have any fuel, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And is there a reason why it's filling those up and not sending it down? I must have missed a conveyor somewhere along the line.
So in Celsius, it's around 91 degrees, or sorry, it's around 31 degrees Celsius, I believe. Maybe 32, something like that. Yeah, we don't get the extreme heat. We get a lot, but we don't get the extreme heat very often. So. Johnny Lopez says, here it's 39. It's killing me. I'm outside. Long way away from home.
Oof. Oof. Yep. I remember those days of, it was time to go to bed and it's still in the 90s.
Yeah.
And frankly, we're talking about 1978 to 79. We were in a place that didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah.
And because we were too cheap to pay for a place that had air conditioning, that kind of thing. Anyway, so we just, you just suffered. That's all you did. You just sat back and suffered.
Yep. You just sit back and suffered. Yeah.
So.
The worst.
Hey, look at this. We've got a conveyor that's full over here going into that first one.
Cool.
So they're going to
that's
start coming.
the way the manifold's supposed to work. In about an hour, it'll finally all be filled.
In about an hour, I want to be done with my coal power plant.
The highest heat I've been in was 114 degrees, and that's around 45 C. Is that right?
45 centigrade?
Yeah, Celsius. Yeah. Really? That doesn't
Yeah.
sound. Anyway, whatever. 114. That's what the calculator says, at least.
This is why I enjoyed slave labor or child labor. I pay my neighbor's kid $20 to mow an acre and a half. I hope you provide a riding lawnmower for him.
Dude.
Yeah, we've got about 2 acres that we actually mow. The rest of it's still in woods. So it's all right. I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna go and make sure I've got enough iron plate. I'm still not seeing stuff go down this far yet. But yeah, so it's taking quite a while.
Naithiyaki says, "Hi Doc, finally caught a live stream. Really thankful for all the tips from your reels. What a coincidence we're on the same progress right now. So I'll be stealing your ideas."
Good, very good. Well, we just got 2 constructors making biofuel, and in hopes that finally it'll fill my manifold here. So.
Goldegrim says that no, not using a riding mower. His father makes him do it with an electric push mower. Says it builds character.
Oh man. Oh. Okay.
I laugh because the first mower we used, Doc, was entirely manual.
Okay.
Do you remember that thing? With just the rotating blade?
Was the real mower.
Yeah, oh man. And you had to it was probably just rusty or whatever else, but you had to quite often run over it back and forth to get to actually cut everything. Oh man.
So 396 that way and 383 that way. So I'm going to go this way because I can collect biofuel at the same time.
So the Dark Crusader was in the desert for 6 months at an average of 120 high, with a high of 145 on night shift. So he slept during the day. Unless the AC went out, then no one slept.
Then no one sleeps. Exactly.
Yeah, oh man.
Exactly.
Oof. And Chingo says, "I have a half acre. My son refuses to go out and do it, which usually takes me off enough that I get out there and do it to get my frustration out. But I really hate this weather with a passion."
Yeah. Thankfully, it's only a couple months during the summer that it ends up being like that. So
Here's my completely impractical advice. Weather strip seal his bedroom door, throw open his windows, and keep his door closed all. Make him sleep in the heat. Billy mows the lawn.
Now, thankfully, you're not talking by experience because
No.
we grew up in the Pacific Northwest, and there wasn't.
There wasn't any heat there.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the summer, we'd have like maybe a week where it like hit the low 80s. Remember the big old swamp coolers we got dragged through the house? Jingo says, I could understand if I was telling you to get out there in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was beaming on you. It was the hottest, but it wasn't. It was just 9 a.m.
What happened to the animation?
And
There's the animation.
and you're full.
Not enough. What?
Your inventory's half full of wire.
I got to get that wire out of there.
Yeah.
I forgot about the wire. But too bad the wood doesn't just sit there so that you can pick it up.
Yeah.
I made more room for my cat to sleep off to the right side of me because it kept insisting on sleeping on top of my keyboard because there wasn't enough room. So I cleaned my desk a little bit today. Major accomplishment. Cleaned my desk. This is not what I wanted to do today, Robert.
I know.
I wanted to build coal.
It's the Lock Brim asks, can we get a cat cam?
Yes, we've got a cat cam. We have a really nice camera that we're going to mount and have it so that we can, find areas that are of interest inside the studio, and show various things in the studio. So it's just a matter of time to get all that hooked up and set up. So
We have I feel silly calling this a vaulted ceiling, but is there a better term for it?
no, it is
It's
a vault.
technically a vaulted ceiling of our 400 square foot studio, but cats love to be nice up and high, and actually one of our other favorite places when Doc isn't here is to sit at the very highest shelf of the bookshelf. But I want to put a couple of, a bit of a cat wall up and put a camera up there and see if we can get her to perch up there on top. That would be fun. It would also
Okay.
be fun because she would be on my desk.
Yeah.
I tried a couple weeks ago. She kept on getting up on this partition we have between Doc's desk and mine. And she keeps climbing it because it's covered in Berber carpet, so it's perfect for a perch on top. But when she wants to get down, she kept on jumping down on top of my computer and then onto my desk or onto me and whatnot. I didn't want her to do that, so I started covering every surface with stuff, like a box of Kleenex and various knickknacks and stuff to keep her from doing it. That didn't work. She just started knocking everything everywhere and just didn't care. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll leave it empty so you don't destroy my stuff. She's a cat.
Yep, she's a cat.
So Quack Inc. says, I know one thing I realized recently was that you can string the batteries in sequence and
Yes.
connect them all to one power pole and not having a pole for every few batteries.
I believe that is a true statement. All right, let's get all of those out of here and all those out of here and just take one back. We don't need to carry around 4 raw stuff.
Adrestea says, add the buildings you want to build for coal to the to-do list and stock up just those resources, plus plates for foundations and wire for cable and power line poles.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Technically, I have all I need to make the coal power plant.
So, well, you want
But if I
8
want to make more,
generators and 3 extractors.
but see, that's the generator. I need to build first um, the miner. Whoops, the miner, and
Uh-huh.
then I don't need a smelter for that,
Uh-huh.
and I
But
need
you need 3
three
extractors.
water extractors. So I can go ahead and add 3 of those. I'm going to do 2 miners to begin with. Well, I'll just do all 3 miners to begin with.
Okay.
Looks like I need mini miners to get those going, and water extractors. I'm going to need a fair amount of.
If you're gonna do these, do all 8 generators.
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's no point doing 3 extractors and only 1 generator.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There you go.
You know, I tend to forget about that list over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the reinforced iron plate, rotors, cable, and everything that I need to go. And the biggest problem is the iron plate. That's why I was looking for um, reinforced iron plate. I'm going to need. Where is that iron mine? I thought I had covered a couple iron mines. Maybe I already used them. But
So Chingo said, I've been in the Persian Gulf in the middle of summer,
oh dear.
where the weather was like 120 plus on the water. Then you also have the gleam off the water, no airflow at all, and the humidity was between like 70 to 80%. As we floated there, waiting for something, or like nothing, to happen. Because let's face it, no one was going to be dumb enough to come out in the heat. And on top of that, I was alternating between working on a steel deck outside in the morning to
Oh,
working in engine rooms in the afternoon because
oh
I could
come
only be in
on.
each for 4 to 5 hours due to heat stress environment.
Jeez.
Basically, when we stopped for chow, we no longer had clothes, just waterlogged devices with bags of water and waterless on our backs. And about 20 to 30 pounds lighter when we came back in.
Yeah, I
Came back home.
bet. I mean, all of this stuff is just empty. Okay, where do I have? I don't see any. I've got that copper mine there, and if I scan, I've got that one that I've already covered. That one is already covered, and it's over that way. Okay, I got that. 326 that way. And okay, so 326 that way. That's the one that I was going after before.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Chainlink says, I tuned in yesterday. You said the Satisfactory is really scratching the gaming itch at the moment. But have you ever tried Shapes 2?
I have not. I've seen it. I've seen the demo. And just it looks interesting. It's kind of a variation on a manufacturing theme.
Yeah.
So,
You know, Doc hasn't been gaming for quite a while. And Satisfactory is his first game, really, since, probably the last in 20 years, really. Other than playing a little bit of Guild Wars and a little bit of WoW for a short time. This is really his first game. And so he's been really enjoying it. And, eventually, like, there's this huge backlog. As soon as, we really got into the channel, I just kept on looking through my backlog and was like, oh man, look at this good game, and this good game. There's this huge list of all the greats that Doc would enjoy. But each one just takes a while. Yeah,
takes a while to get to learn, yeah.
you'll get there. You should rescan, I think. Unless you already have eyes on
I don't.
it. Chingo says, you mean this is his first game since Tetris? I said 20 years.
Really? Still 277 meters away?
I think you just overshot it.
So I should look behind me?
No, no, no. Go to that one you had because you turned around to this guy, and it's to your right by 90 degrees.
Yep, I noticed something over here that I might want to get.
Oh, okay. Chico says, "Hey, at least I didn't say pong." Oh, okay, okay.
I played my share of Pong. Come on.
Okay, Doc, you're going north. It's south.
Uh-huh. I'm looking for a way up this.
Oop. Okay.
There we go. I think I can climb up this way. Whoa! Overshot that.
And the fake bushwhack says, "Hello, I'm back to watch some more."
That's what I came for.
Ah, gotcha. And Tiago says, "Hey."
The effigy has no song, only echo. Why does the
Okay, very good. Now let's rescan and figure out where I'm at. Because the home base is over there, so it should be that direction, right?
No,
That way?
scan.
$364 or $321. What? Did I overshoot by that much?
Well, you overshot. You see the gas clouds right there,
Yeah?
and landed pretty much right here, and then you went farther north to get the Mercer sphere that you saw. So, yeah.
There it is.
There we go.
Oh dear.
What?
Oh, platform building above this one's going to be a nuisance. I'm
Yeah.
basically going to have to build it down here, build a platform up on top here, going over it, and then put this up to it.
And what are you getting this for?
I'm getting this to make an iron plate factory because all my iron plates are being used to make reinforced iron plates.
Ah.
So I now don't have the ability to have enough iron plate for anything.
Speaking of,
I don't have enough iron plate to do anything.
I think you need to turn off your reinforced iron plate factory for a little bit. Get the reinforced iron plate. You need to make the coal generator, then shut that manifold down until you get the whole thing built.
So that's what you think, huh?
That's what I think.
I don't always do what Robert says, just like he never always did what I say. So
Oh, okay. I'm just giving ideas.
yes, you are just giving ideas. That's true.
So
And
the fake bushwhack asks, "What are you working on, iron or coal?" The answer is yes.
the answer is yes. In other words, I don't have enough iron products to make my coal generators, and I don't have enough power to keep the lights on, and yeah, I'm just trying to get enough ore to make enough iron plate to put a miner on here to automate. I'm embarrassed, really. I'm really, really embarrassed to be showing this. I mean, this is just... I somehow put myself in a box where I couldn't get enough of this or that to do this or that. The next thing, you know?
I think you were just doing a really good job of building out the manifolds, and you overbuilt for biomass burners, you know?
Yeah, but why didn't they break yesterday? Because I didn't build anything new today.
Oh, because you just built a brand new manifold that hadn't fully spun up yet. I think that's what's going on, is you have multiple manifolds that are finishing spinning up.
Possibly. And I also was in a situation where I also ran out of biofuel. and so the entire manifold went dry.
Oh, yeah. Trumpkin says, this is how we all play.
Okay.
And Chico says, "This, we all go through this though. We have to manually mine. We all have to manually make items, especially early on." AA asked, "How did you make it auto mine manually?" Just came in. Sorry.
If you, instead of holding down the spacebar button or holding down your mouse button, just click it or just hit the spacebar and let it go. I mean, tap it, and it'll continue doing it on its own. And do the same thing for when you're mining. So when I was mining, I was also hands-free because I just, tap the E key to start mining and let it go. So if you don't hold it down, it'll do it automatically for you.
AA says, "What?" Yup.
Yep.
Life changing. Absolutely.
Exactly. I mean, it's those kind of little tips and tricks that you just don't know about. We did put a tips and undocumented tips and tricks and showed that, right?
Yeah, we did. Well, okay, we did it for the MAM. We didn't put it for our mining.
Okay. Well,
Okay, you know what? We're gonna say that explicitly in the next undocumented tips
Yeah.
because we were looking for like one or two more little things to add to our undocumented tips.
yeah. So we can put out a more undocumented tips.
Right.
All right. And it says I can make 100 iron plates. How far will that go? We'll see.
Okay, so far for this next undocumented tips video,
Mm-hmm.
you could name trains and see their names on the world map.
Name the actual train.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can add power poles to a current line that already exists by holding control and aiming at the power line. You can hold control when nudging to nudge things smaller amounts. And press space to auto mine. Should we add to it the whole mining, smelting, speedrunning combo? We can put a crafter directly on top of the mine and do both at the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And somebody's going to say, what? To that one, I'm sure. I'm missing concrete now. Cackle like a cat woman. Oh.
Yeah, hey, good. That'll be enough for our next undocumented tip. That's great.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do a short, a clip about cackling like a woman.
Oh, will you stop? AA says, no more, please. My reality cannot be broken anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes always crashing. Sometimes always. Does anyone ever bring what they need? I'm glad I'm not alone. That's why you have dimensional depots.
Exactly. Once that's unlocked, all the problems go away.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so I am going to collect concrete, which I believe is still on the ground.
And Ilk Yoram asks, how you doing today?
I am doing fantastic because I'm in a live stream with all you guys.
Despite being a little flustered.
Well, I mean, gosh, it's embarrassing having to work like I'm a noob.
Yeah.
I'm not a noob. Okay, so is this our... Yeah, this is our concrete over here. And it is all full. Okay.
Fake bushwhack, what do you mean by the biomass constructor recipes? What's the name? That's not ringing a bell. I don't know what you're saying there. Yeah, Address is insane. She says, I'm not doing dimensional depots on the road build, since it makes it more fun, to me at least, and since it's my game.
Yep, since it's your game, do it any way you please. Yep.
Donald Grimm says, Dog stream is the only reason why I got out of bed. That and being old and needing to use the restroom.
There's certain practicalities in life, you know?
Yeah. Yup.
Must be just on the other side of the hill from where it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fake bushwhack. Duck does have that set up, so he's dropping off wood and leaves into some storage containers,
Yep.
and it's automatically being sent to being created into solid biofuel.
Yep.
So, no, those are standard recipes. So yeah, he's been using them. As long as you know what zooping is, AA, you'll be okay. Don't tell us you haven't heard about that, because that will break your brain.
All right. I think I want to put that directionally. Direction.
Directionally that way, huh?
Directionally that way, yes. Look, I've got it on a platform. See? How
Very
nice
nice,
that
very
looks. Fill up this little valley, and a creature's in the way. Creature, get out of the way. Do I have to come kill you? What creature's in the way? There's
And he
that
moved
creature.
off.
I'm gonna go kill him anyway. How dare you slow down my...
Megamedi Backerman said, Fixit acknowledges Pioneer Doc's embarrassment. As punishment, you are required to work overtime for the foreseeable future. Have a nice day.
Of course. Have a nice day.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Chingo, yes, I did understand your comment. That's actually one of the items that was on the list that I just didn't explain very well. So yeah, it's really nice. Did you get the text-to-speech, Duck?
Fixit acknowledges Doc's embarrassment. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
did.
You didn't comment on it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm required to work overtime now because of my lack of ability to not be embarrassed by my lack of ability.
So Ilks asks why monsters don't attack.
Because I have it on peaceful mode where they don't attack. And you know, there's three basic modes. You can be totally peaceful. You can be retaliatory mode. So if you attack them, then they start attacking to you. Or you can put it on normal mode that they attack you when they see you, and then if they attack you when they see you, of course, you've got to fight back. So I need some solid biofuel in order to run my chainsaw to get rid of some stuff on my platform. So, right, your lack of planning is okay, but feeling bad about it equals overtime.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I do like the way Trumpkin says it. He says, with Satisfactory, I start my day with a plan.
Really?
Execute it. Then go to the next step without a plan and chase my tail.
Go to the next step without a plan. So my cat laying over here just sleeping away. Obviously, she's exhibiting her nocturnal aspect of being a cat. because they tend to hunt at night and be out and about at night. So she's been out and about at night. Now she's sleeping during the day. So, but yes, we'll provide a cat cam. She is a beautiful cat. She takes good care of herself, even though she's a long hair. It doesn't get all matted. She takes care of that really nice. But she's nice, white, brown, black, gray. I mean, definitely a calico.
And she's bringing home a new. No, she's either killing and eating or bringing home a new prize just about every day now. Just
Yep.
awesome.
She doesn't like to eat moles or mice. So she just brings them in here into the studio, plays with them, kills them, and then leaves them for us to pick up.
Yeah.
They're not bloody or anything. We just pick them up by the tail and toss them and get them out of here. So we know that she's doing her job. She's just, she really likes to eat squirrel. It's the squirrels that we find the remains of, that kind of interesting how she enjoys eating those.
Which I'm really sad about because we have some beautiful red-tailed squirrels in our forest.
Yeah.
So, in fact, the tree outside my house has a nest, and I'm hoping that's not the one that she's raiding. So Ilk asks, Robert, are you Doc's son or grandson? I am his son.
Yes.
Yeah. Doc does have adult grandchildren.
Yep.
Um,
And one great grandchildren from that.
and one great grandchild. Yeah.
One great grandchild.
But no, I am Doc's son.
Yep. So yeah, my oldest daughter's in her 40s. Her daughter is over 18, and she's had one child.
Donald Grimm says, squirrel meat's good eating. Just got to be careful with a bird shot. It can get stuck in your teeth.
Yeah. Unless you use a 22 to kill it, and that takes a little bit more finesse.
It definitely more finesse. Trumpkin says we have gray, red, and black squirrels. I like the red the best.
Black. Don't think I've ever seen a black one. Gray and red tail, yeah, but not black.
I've been looking at Doc just because we have so many, rodents and furry critters, and my house especially. Well, we're working on mitigation strategies because our first fall here, I had a lot of critters living inside the houses. But there's a really nice high-powered pellet gun for about $150 I've been wanting to get for a while. 0.177 millimeter. And
Interesting.
yeah, it's math pellet gun, right?
Yeah.
It's the same caliber as math, same.
His is a pellet rifle, actually.
Oh yeah, it's a pellet rifle, sure. Rifles. But
Are you going to have it a pump action or cartridge?
it will be a pump action, and it's a barrel break style.
Okay. All right, that took care of that one, but did not take care of this one. So
Levy said we have black squirrels. They're gray squirrels with a genetic mutation.
Oh, really?
We actually.
So it's kind of like you get a white squirrel when you get an albino squirrel, just no pigment, but you got extra pigment in a black squirrel. That's interesting. Okay, so when we get this thing powered up, it'll create 120 ore per minute. I didn't even check the kind of mine it was, so obviously it's a pure mine, doing 120 per minute. So smelters.
Trumpkin says black squirrels are pretty uncommon around western New York.
Interesting.
In that area.
Okay, so there's our smelter. And yes, I've got room enough to put another row of foundations here. This will become a plate factory, folks. And it'll just be plate, because that's what it's intended to be. So it'll be what it's intended to be. How much time? When have you heard that statement before, right?
So we did have a technical question a little bit ago.
Oh, I love technical questions.
Blackbriar says, I'm about to hit tier 5 and 6. Any tips? So that's when you're unlocking oil for the first time.
Yeah. Any tips? Get those oil generators, fuel generators, as quickly as you can, because they are the cat's meow when it comes to your. That's really your foundational power that gets you to the end game. You do unlock nuclear later on, and you can decide whether or not you want to actually build nuclear. So, but for the most part, that's what gets you to the majority of the end game. So, okay, it receives 30 per minute, so I can do 4 of these. So get rid of the 5th one, and actually, I'm going to get rid of. I can't put them on this side, so I will do something else with that side over there. So I can get rid of the 5th one here.
Alexa would like to remind you to stretch.
Stretch. Okay. I will try to get up and stretch. Bear with me a second, and I'm going to take my stretch. Okay. My back is hurting enough. We're at 98 folks on YouTube.
Wow. And 41 on Twitch. Very, very cool.
Very, very cool. Yep. Oh, nice stretch. Okay.
I love squirrels, and while I understand they could be good eating, we have enough wildlife. We don't need to eat squirrels, but
Yeah, we just shoot deer on our property instead.
yeah. In fact, we found the medium-sized deer on the property just a couple days ago.
Oh. Blackbriar says, cheers. That's cool. Blackbriar, that's a new name that I haven't seen before. Maybe you've been here before, but I... And Ilk Yoram Parisi?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And the Nameless Joe, I finally got him live.
Very good. All righty.
We need a stretch and a hydrate. Good.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Sean says, just don't shoot any lizard doggos on the property.
Nope. No.
Definitely not.
Definitely don't shoot dogs.
We unfortunately have quite the pack of wild dogs that survived here through the whole winter in our area. And it is, when I say it's a pack of wild dogs, they are dogs of like a whole bunch of different breeds that all run together. The first I saw was a couple of, they weren't beagles, but they were some small hound. And if you've heard my story before, I had a beagle who passed away a couple of years ago, so I have a really soft spot for beagles. And so I heard beagles yipping out in the yard, which is what beagles do, especially when out on the scent. And yeah, unfortunately, there were 3 of them, I think, that were just running together and charging straight through our yard, sniffing along and left, but I couldn't ever coax them to come to me.
Oh, look what we've got here. Follower goal met 1,500. Yes. That's cool. That's cool. I knew we'd hit 1,500 today. I didn't even mention it at the beginning of the live stream. But I knew that we'd hit 1,500.
Awesome.
I've got to power these things up, Robert. And let's go see if my power generation is up to snuff and I can turn it all on.
Okie doke.
And then I'll come back. I've got to make sure I can come back to that. It's like I should put a beacon on it or something. So if I go by this copper mine here, okay, that's a little bit more seeable now.
Yeah, it's right at all those arches. Yeah.
Yep. And I can go right through this valley.
Anyway, the wild pack of dogs, they have the beagle, they have a couple of collies, and there's one just absolutely ginormous shepherd of some kind. Black and white shepherd of some kind. So.
Really?
Yeah. That was the dog who stays near the tree line watching as all the rest go scrounging around through our yard. Appeared to definitely be the leader of the pack.
Maybe we need to put out a bucket of food. See if we can
Yeah.
get them to like to be with us. Okay, so I came here to... Okay, this isn't running. Does that mean everything is full? That could be that everything was
Hot
full.
dog.
Is full, yeah. This is the wood one, so I'll put the wood that I have in there.
No, that's solid biofuel.
Oh gosh.
Pull it out.
Yep.
No. You do have a stack of wood, though.
Yeah, I do have a stack of wood. I just clicked on the wrong one. There.
Okay.
Okay, and put the conveyor back. And let's see about putting the leaves in here. Oh, come on. And let's put the leaves in there. Okay.
There we go. So McDeezy says, I just discovered your channel this past week. Been enjoying learning all that I can. Cheers from your not too distant Omaha neighbor.
Yeah. That is not too distant, yeah. This one is full.
Full on all sides, yeah.
So what is the deal? Why isn't it not sending? I mean,
They're all full?
everything is full?
Cool.
That is crazy.
Hook her up.
Yeah. Definitely hook it up, baby.
Okay, we have a technical question.
Okay, let's
Hey.
have it.
Poverty says, when should I start building my first mega factory?
About tier 5, tier 4 to 5. Because then you're starting to get into the more complex parts and you need to be able to work getting things together. And at that point in time, you really you need to start having a more consolidated plan to build stuff. Okay, so my capacity is still below my max consumption, which is kind of sad. But if I can get some more iron plate being made, I can start actually building things again. I need to build a portable miner, so let's go over. I need to build 3 portable miners to get that done. So let's go over here and... Oh, I can only make 1 because I haven't got enough plate. Plate.
Alexa says, Doc, how do you plan to save the Earth when the Earth no longer exists?
Well, there's not anything worth saving if there no longer exists, so what's...
That just means we can work on our Gigafactory forever.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah. In other words, if we never complete phase 4 and I hear about a phase 5, from what I hear, there is a phase 5. Oh, I can't build that because I don't have any plates. So, heck, why am I doing that? Yeah, gee.
Artin Suleimani says, why are computers so hard to craft? Everything needs them.
Yep, everything needs them. And they're hard to craft. Yes, you need a manufacturer for them. So that makes them not very fun. Okay. Dum 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 dum. I'm concentrating on the live stream and not concentrating on my work. Back we go. Let's get a power pole. Let's start stringing power over here.
McDeezy says, I also just hit tier 5. My next plan is to have a storage facility. I'm not certain if it's best to make 1 storage per major area I have, operations, or have 1 single large storage.
Well, a single large storage is a mall. And eventually you're probably going to want a mall. Although we did a video that kind of compared the idea of, what does the modern mall look like? Because once they created the dimensional depots, suddenly it made it little bit less, little bit less essential that you had a mall, because a lot of times you're just going to uh, go to your bags and pull out the dimensional depot stuff. That means that you've got to connect a dimensional depot with every single product, or somehow get all those products into the dimensional depot, one of the two. So it's just a matter of, do you want storage everywhere you're at, or um, do you want to focus instead on dimensional depots and getting them started? I've got a power pole out here just hanging out. So that's kind of where things are at. At first, dimensional depots are incredibly slow until you get all the upgrades done. So at first, you're going to want storage here and there and everywhere so that you can, keep making progress in spite of not having a ton of stuff in your bags.
Our Norwegian friend here, Mikeland, is here.
Ah, good. Glad you could catch us for a bit.
And Teraldric says, "Woo, Doc's live
Yeah,
every Monday and Tuesday and Thursday."
yeah. And this Thursday, if all goes well, it looks like we'll probably stream a little bit of Star Rupture. We'll let you take a peek at what we found with Star Rupture. See what's going on with that. So, and then we'll move on to this build, and I'll see if I can actually get enough plates built so that I can actually function.
Okay, so I have to, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but, Gauntlecrim has been trying to recruit people to play Dune with him.
Yeah.
And Trumpkin
noticed that.
has been resisting.
Trumpkin's resisting. Why would Trumpkin resist?
However, they've been battling here with movie quotes.
They've been...
Now, I have to personally say, from my own personal opinions, that when they're battling it out with Star Wars quotes, and then Trumpkin denies him with a line from Dune, I think he wins. If we're talking about whether you have to play Dune, I think he wins.
So Trumpkin trumps...
Yeah. Gauntlet.
Trump's Gauntlegrim.
Oh, Whitestone. Whitestone is here. He says, I just played some Star Rupture, made a video on it.
Oh, no.
Awesome.
Somebody beat us to the punch.
Yeah, we're going to be doing that after the stream today. When will that be released, Whitestone? Will that be soon?
Okay. Will that be soon? Yes, I hope it's soon.
He says it was a lot of fun.
Really? I'm glad to hear that.
Good.
Yes.
He says later today. Okay, cool. Pickle Programmer asks, do you like playing solo or with others better in Satisfactory?
I like both. So, I like playing on my server with everybody else, and I also like the thrill of blasting through things on my own. So, another thing I don't like is manually creating iron plate, and more iron plate. Tired of iron plate. Does Doc know who Bits is? I am Kibitz, you mean?
No, Bits is different from Kibitz.
Okay, no, I don't know who Bits is.
Geraldrick says, I just started a build using some blueprints for floating train rails. And man, trying to curve blueprints is painful for turns. And getting them consistently spaced is a lot of effort.
Yeah. So true. Yeah,
Ilkyorm
you did. I did quite a bit of that for the racetracks that we made in that one group build, and you did that a lot, just trying to get our roadways straightened out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Fitz is the British guy. I think we do know who he is. We just have to look at him to remember the name.
okay.
But we had a question from Ilk who says, Hey Doc, I'm at tier 7. What's your advice for me right now? Should I build a mega factory at the Void or Big Ocean? My base is at the grass fields.
If your base is in the grassy fields, I went to the top of the cliff that's close by there and built my factory over the top of the cliff, oddly enough. So the grassy fields to the north has a cliff face, and that's what I'm talking about there. So you could also, when you get up on that cliff face, you can also go west, and if you look down that cliff, there's a huge lake down there. You could build out over that lake from the top of the cliff out, and that would be good too. There's a lot of coal mines down there, so you've got the lake and the coal mines right close by each other. So you could have a lot of power there to pull up to your mega factory. So I liked the cliff for that, although if I hadn't had so much spaghetti in the grassy field there down below the cliff, I would have probably started it down at the bottom of the cliff and built upward. So you've got a lot of options in the grassy fields, really do. Okay. This is meant to be a iron plate build only. So I am going to now. Okay, what have I got here? I've got these melting at 30 a piece, so there's 120 coming out of there. Let's see, let's put down a constructor here that I can't build because I don't have enough reinforced iron plate.
That's fine. You have plenty of those.
Yeah, but I have to run back there to get them.
Yeah. So, Gear, our Norwegian friend, says, Do you remember where I'm from? I'm hoping you remember.
Norway!
There you go.
Because he's from where I'm from.
There you go.
Only he has a last name that was once probably a farm name, and I had names that went down the patronymics, so my immigrant grandparent was Hans Olsen, and his son was Ole K. Hansen. Okay. And then since he was in the U.S., the Hansen name is what stuck in my case. And we've got a whole bunch of genealogy going back there that eventually links into a farm name. And I can't remember the farm name. But I'd have to refresh my memory. So yes, I do remember that you're from Norway. Because we had this discussion.
So we have a first-time chat from the Gamer of the Present.
Gamer of the Present.
Says, I like the satisfactory tips you make very much. And I'm from Sweden.
Sweden? All right. We got a lot of Northern Europe stuff there. Folks here.
And AutoWork says, Hey, I'm also from a Olsen lineage.
Okay. Not sure whether it's EN or ON. Interesting.
And Jago says, But where in Norway? Norway's a very long country.
Oh, gosh. I would have to pull up my file, and I could tell you. But I'd have to pull up my genealogy file to get that. So, Robert, would you write me a note to do that?
Sure.
And next time you join, I'll have an answer for you.
Yeah. And Ilk is from Turkey. Very
Wow.
cool.
Okay.
That's interesting. We actually have we've actually had a number of people from Turkey. I believe Cenk is also from Turkey.
Now, I also, down a little bit further, my Hansen line married into a Miller line, and the Miller line goes into Prussia. So you've got Prussians marrying Norwegians, but here in the U.S. eventually. So, in fact, the one Miller, my one Miller great grandmother, still couldn't speak English. She just spoke very broken English. But their daughter, of course, which is my grandmother, was able to, learn English, going to school and stuff. And of course, didn't even speak with an accent when I knew my grandmother. So.
And Remdog says, I was born in Quebec, but I have ancestors from Switzerland.
All right. Ancestry is a good thing. Like that. Okay, now we can go ahead and build our manifold out here. And so we want a constructor, and we want to put the constructor receiving materials here, and it doesn't. Okay, it's coming out. Oh, because I got it flipped around. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to push it as far back as it'll go, and then I'll add to that.
We have first time chat from Vicky Stingers.
Ficky Singers, not Sticky Fingers?
Not Sticky Fingers. That's completely per different person. Vicky Stinger says, hey, Doc, it's super early in Australia right now, but I wanted to watch something before bed.
Okay.
I've been playing a lot of Satisfactory recently, and think your YouTube videos are great.
Thank you. Well, glad you could make use of them. That's why they're there. And so we have subscribed with Prime, DM Teg. Subscribed with Prime. Thank you for your Prime subscription.
Yeah, and DM says, hey, Doc, love the content. Your shorts help me improve my gameplay.
Oh, great. Great. Appreciate you subscribing even before your first time chat. That's cool. That is cool. I appreciate that. That's what supports the channel, by the way. We of course have to be be real about things in the respect that we pay for a server to play on for Minecraft and for Satisfactory, and they cost a little bit of money, and all your subscriptions help to pay for those things. So that really works well.
And
so,
Hidden Noya just subscribed with Prime.
All right, there we go.
Awesome.
And thank you. I mean, those Prime subscriptions don't cost anybody anything, and everybody has one Prime subscription that they can throw out to a YouTuber each month. So appreciate you deciding to send it to my direction. That really helps. And we've got Hidden Noya being a Brazilian fan, so here in the South American region, North and South America. Golden Kappa Train, level 1. Sub, gift, or cheer to level it up. Oh, got another Prime subscription. Thank you, Ling Baker. Now, the equivalent thing on YouTube is to become a member on YouTube. And becoming a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch gives you access to our 2 servers for Minecraft and for Satisfactory. So if you want to come play with us and you're a member, all you have to do is tie that to our Discord. So you go to our Discord, and you can then it'll automatically give you access to the members sections where you can then get the information to access each of the servers. Yeah. So thank you. Since saying that, Tiraldic is subscribed with Prime, and Quietly Vociferous also subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. Boy, the train is 50% filled now. We got 4 minutes more. If we have some more subscriptions, we can actually get that actual benefit. I'm not quite sure what the benefit is, but there's the Discord
You get a random emote
link.
and chance to unlock the golden kappa.
The golden
Emote.
kappa. Okay.
Room Keys just asked a great question. Said, "Hello, Doc. I'm from Illinois. Having trouble with blueprint building. Do you have any that I can download?"
We do, don't we, Robert?
Yes, we do. In fact, just above you, I linked the link to our Discord, and there is a section in the Discord for a bunch of the blueprints that Doc has made. And we'll be releasing a few new ones here very shortly with a short that's just got recorded.
Yep.
Ling Baker said, "I wanted to use my Prime subs. Thanks for your videos that randomly appeared." Let me scroll up there on my YouTube, and quite interested to watch while playing Satisfactory, and also from Norway.
Awesome. Another Norwegian. Good.
And then Address Dad just gifted 5 tier 1 subs.
Wow. Level 2 is complete. Address Dea, thank you so much for your gifts.
So
yeah, why don't you read them off? Who gets to enjoy our servers and our content for a month?
cool. So Andy Space Soul, Akashi 9210, David Boost, Bov, and Popcoin. Thank you very much, Address Dea.
Okay, now.
And then it's Miga T, just subscribed as well.
All right.
We really appreciate this. And that gets us to level 3. I think level 3 is the highest we've ever had a hype train go. And it's now barely at level 4. That is awesome.
That is awesome. We got 4 more minutes, and if we complete level 4 and get to level 5, that'd be cool. 99 computers to go for leading edge production. Whew. 99 computers on the wall. How does that go? Anyway.
So we got a YouTubing type technical question from Vicky Singers. Said, "I've started streaming on Twitch recently, thinking about multi-streaming to YouTube too. How does it work with both chats and overlays?" So I'll go ahead and answer that one.
Yeah, I think you can.
First, we stream using restream.io, and that allows us to stream to YouTube and Twitch. If you pay $30 a month, you can stream to a whole lot more, and you have some other quality of life features there. So I'd say use that. When it comes to the chats and the overlays and stuff, we have chats combined there, using either Restream has a chat that will combine, as well as Stream Elements as a combined stream. Chingo converted their Prime to a tier 1 sub.
Fantastic.
And Shmee424 just subscribed to tier 1.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you so much. This guy right here, Cosmoner. Okay.
Alexa says, "Robert, what do you think of the theory that we work to replicate Ada and make it possible for Ada to make more effigies to work?"
Make more effigies?
They come when you gather Mercer spheres. Every once in a while, there's comments about effigies and stuff.
Yes.
I don't know, although I am kind of partial to the idea that Ada is actually an evil supercomputer AI thing. And if you look at the products we're making, we're actually trying to replicate. So I'm kind of partial to that. I think it'd be kind of fun to explore that.
Would you believe I don't have enough wire with me?
So yeah, within the Twitch window, YouTube window, you're only seeing your own. The overlay on our board on our screen shows both together.
Yep. And you can see the little symbol to the left of the comment where it's from, whether it's either a red one for for YouTube or a purple one for Twitch. There.
Yeah. Shmee says, "Your shorts changed the way I play this game. I'd love to play on the server sometime." So I saw.
Fantastic. Well, get the information, and on Thursday, we're gonna probably play a little Star Rupture. We're gonna go visit the member server after playing a little Star Rupture and showing you that, and then we're gonna come back here and see if I can actually get coal.
We're struggling a little bit today, Dad.
Yes, we are struggling a little bit today. Thankfully, I still have almost 2 hours left to get this done.
Yeah.
So cheer me on, guys. It's been great seeing you cheer me on so far. This has been really wonderful.
Oh,
Okay, I'm just getting some copper so I can make some copper ingots so I can make some
wait.
wire.
No. You threw away like 3,000 wire. Put it in the chest of the hub.
Yes, I did, but I don't want to run clear to the hub.
Instead, you want to handcraft it all? So, Finky
Are
Stingers...
you making fun of me or what?
Of course, always. Finky Stingers, there are some policies that are always changing. At this point, until you are the highest level partnered, it's not an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't restrict you on multi-streaming until you get a ways up there. And then they want more exclusivity. So we'll have to deal with that when we get that far. So
Okay, Nandor asked, would you ever play Factorio, Space Age?
I am planning on diving into Factorio big time. I'm planning on trying to get the knowledge base of Factorio up as high as my knowledge base for Satisfactory. I've made that commitment because Robert flogged me to so many times that I just finally had to bear down and make the commitment.
Yup. And Gauntergrim just gifted 5 tier 1 subs.
Fantastic. Does that mean we accomplished level 4 complete?
Yep.
Whoa. So why don't you read off the list of people that can join us on Thursday?
Chris 16629, Nismo, Electrum, Norish, and Grey Desopt.
All right. So we got a level 5 Kappa train, and level 5 is already 40% complete.
Absolutely.
Lacking Bit D. Me at Megalith Official.
Yeah, Megalith is asking who wants a sub, so Lacking Vit looks like
Okay.
just got it. Oh, well. So yeah, Doc will be trying some more games, so it's kind of the idea that, you know, we're going to be doing Satisfactory primarily, Factorio second, and then we're going to be playing some Star Rupture and kind of monitoring as it continues to grow, and we're really hoping that it's going to become kind of the next big thing.
Yep. And if it is the next big thing, we're going to go ahead and probably continue Satisfactory because I love Satisfactory. Can't get enough of Satisfactory. So I'll just keep doing that probably forever unless Star Rupture becomes so appealing that I just can't avoid it. And then we'll keep playing Star Rupture and watch it develop, help it develop. I'll try to get onto their message boards and tell them what I'm seeing, and hopefully their developers want to listen. It sounds like their developers are keen to try to listen to their audience by just having this trial open. Tells me that they're wanting to listen to players, and that is really cool as far as I'm concerned. So that's one thing that I find about Coffee Stain is that they seem to really be clued into their players and continuing to make content and continuing to develop. I asked my AI of preference is Grok, okay? And so I asked Grok to do an analysis of the potential of Satisfactory and how long could I count on Satisfactory being a viable product to play and to live stream and to continue working with. And they said that the Grok basically and all the places they were able to go to Reddit and all the places that they go really quick for you, basically said that it's the way that they're progressing, that it should be viable for at least the next year to 2 years. So through 2026 to 2027 is what it's saying. So, okay, Bad Boy says, what's up, Doc? Got me back into Satisfactory with your great YouTube short tutorials. That's great. Refurious. Refurious? So you're furious and then you're re-furious, as in twice as furious?
There you go.
Okay, he says he loves my shorts. Thank you so much. Crafty Karen subscribed with Prime. Megalith Official gifted appear to Lacking Bit D. that's the only person who responded, oddly enough. So I don't know if Megalith has more that he wants to do, but you can tell him that, hey, you want a membership and would like to try it for a month.
Thank
Megalith
you
might
guys
be
so much for the support.
might be willing to do it, and we're 73% to finishing level 5. So if we could have a couple more subscribers, new record set, keep going until the clock runs out. Yes, it is a record for us.
That's
This has been
incredible.
way cool. All right, let's get some mergers here and get collect this stuff into a container.
So I'd like to remind everybody who has just subscribed or has been gifted a subscription, please join our Discord, because by joining our Discord and linking your account to your Twitch or YouTube account to Discord, that's where you get all your member benefits. That's where you can hang out in a chat just with the members and us. That's what will allow you to attend our filming session that happens every Friday.
Yeah.
That's what allows you to get the information to get onto our Satisfactory member server, which Doc will be playing on Thursday, and what will allow us to, what will allow you to get into the Minecraft server. Now, for the moment, you're gonna have to talk to an admin to get into the Minecraft server, because our bot isn't functioning at the moment. But we're working on that, and that should be fixed very shortly.
Okay, they ate emote golden capper for 24 hours. We've got 20 subs today. That is definitely a record, and I'm going to share all of those. Robert, please fix it. What is he asking you to fix?
I did update the IP address,
Okay.
so I'm not sure what's going on. I'll show you the error logs when we're not on the stream. Okay.
Yeah, Megalith is kind of our help tech support person that helps us troubleshoot issues that come up. So
Refuria says, Ref is fine. It's the name of my old Diablo 2 Necromancer. No Fury here. I'm a calm guy. Just wanted Ref to sound fantasy-like, so I add the Urius to it.
okay.
Stuck with him for 25 years.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Solar Flare asks, can we make the Satisfactory member server verification system the same as the Minecraft server? I'd have to check. I'm not sure how whitelisting works with Satisfactory servers. But Whitestone Industry says, Megalith is a genius. And I agree.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, we had a lot of great comments during all that.
Adrestea says, I am a girl. Do I say fix it?
Oh, no, Megalith said fix it, and she corrected it to fix it, the company name. Megalith said, no, fix it.
Do as I say, fix it.
Yeah. I lost the source code of the whitelist bot while moving to Linux. Can you send it to me, please? Yes, I will do that.
Oh, he lost the source and you're having to provide it back to him?
Oof.
Oof. Oof. That's terrible.
Gauntlet Grim says, as a berserk barbarian before they changed Diablo 2 and introduced synergies, I must break you.
Alright. Guess what we've got? We have an iron plate factory. We can now get iron plates.
Diam said, Satisfactory is so addicting. Played on a world for 2 hours, and it went to 30 in 1 week.
Oh.
Yeah, Megalith says, Doc, I managed to corrupt my disk twice while installing Linux and experimenting with it.
Oh, that's not fun. That's not cool at all.
Megalith, look, when you want to go to Linux, and you immediately jump to Arch Linux, those kinds of things gotta happen. I mean, that was kind of an Ivan Drago. I do not have the voice to do Ivan Drago, or Ivan Drago, or whatever.
Okay. Alrighty. So I have iron plates starting to get becoming abundant, I can now go and let's see what I can fulfill out of my needs here. Need to make portable miners, get some more cable, and go pick up some more rotors. Otherwise, I have all the things to go make the other the coal generators and put the Mark 1 miners on, and except for the copper sheet, I'm making everything. So
Cool.
let's go take care of this. Let's go take care of this copper mine over here and get some copper sheet being made.
So Ref asked, do you guys have issues with ghost image foundations that don't render in unless you relog?
Yes.
I got that and I have no idea how to fix it.
You just relog. There is really no fixing it. It just becomes an issue of having to relog in. Sometimes it's just a glitch that happens.
Yeah, and it's all dedicated server stuff. I've had that issue with a server we have running here on our own local network. Even it's a desync of some kind, and some handshake doesn't happen to confirm that something was built, and it gets stuck. So Zeramis, first time chat, says,
Cool.
"Hey Doc, loving the content, just getting back into Satisfactory. The last time was in 2020 with update 3. A lot has changed, but the ambiance is the same."
Update 3. Woof. Well, that's a
He
long
was
time.
there
now.
before it was cool.
Yeah, way before it was cool.
Whitestone says, "I may have to go to Linux here soon. My PC's not good enough for Windows 11, and I'm definitely not going to Mac. And with Windows 10 support ending in October of this year."
Windows 11 support ends?
Windows 10 support ends.
Oh, yeah.
His computer can't support Windows 11. So Garrett, who hasn't been on in a while, moved to Linux fairly recently. He has a computer that is ancient of days, and he moved to Linux, and his computer went from on Windows. He was playing most games on low settings and still getting below 30 FPS, and it was terrible. And we even had a good graphic card that Doc didn't need that we passed over to him, and it still couldn't do it because he was so bottlenecked by the CPU. He moved over to Linux, and that made an insane difference in how good his computer ran. It's actually getting 30 to 60 FPS in most games again. So, despite the fact that it has issues, despite the fact that basically Epic Games is like a coin flip, whether anything from Epic Games works. Most everything on Steam has worked for him, and most of the time with very little work. So
Interesting. Now, if we could just get his recording session settings to work.
oh my gosh,
Yeah, Robert and Garrett had a bad experience. They were recording something to put on a channel, and they got the recording files, and all of a sudden there was just not there what needed to be there. I can't remember the exact details, but you could fill that in.
yeah. So it was a weird thing I just haven't seen before, but yeah, he was using OBS because OBS works on Linux, and the recording he gave me had a very strange stuttering issue, and it was a consistent stuttering. It was just in like 10 millisecond chunks. There would be audio, and then there wouldn't be audio, and there would be, and there wouldn't. And I spent about 2 hours using various programs to try to fix it for a bunch of different possibilities,
Uh-huh.
and nothing would.
Nothing
So
would work, huh?
it was sad because it was a 2-hour recording session with us that died. So
And that, my friends, is incredibly sad because 2 hours worth of work and then you get nothing for it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't recreate that because the creative process just doesn't let you go backwards,
right.
to try to do it. You just can't have a do-over.
And we weren't playing Satisfactory or something like that where I can say, well, here's what I built. It was, we were playing a horror game. And you can't recreate that. So, okay, we got some comments here. Let's see.
Got some comments.
Hatsukati says, "Hi Doc, I just got my first couple train stuff. The first one's on top of foundations and the other one without. Do you think it's fine to just run the train on the ground, or do I have to lay foundations?
You do not have to lay foundations. You can run the train on the ground, although it does get difficult to keep it from going underground and up above ground and so forth. It's just easier to put a foundation under it and run it flat. But it totally is your choice. I've done it both ways. A lot of times I go put up a pylon and go from pylon to pylon across. In fact, I have a blueprint in one of my in the Gigafactory save that basically took the 6x6 blueprinter and built a scaffold as high as the blueprinter would go, and then built it was with the girder looking foundations, and build it up and across, and I was able to take and put that down every so often. And the nice thing about that is that while it was really, really tall, I could then just nudge it into the ground until it was the level that I wanted it to be. And so all these things went just nice and level all the way through. So blueprinting helps a lot when you're laying out train tracks. So I would suggest trying to do that, and laying out foundations when you can. But I like pylons better because it gets it above ground. You can put conveyors under it. You can, it gets it out of the way. So anyway, that's my put on it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that
That's
helped.
great.
It says that it is mining 0%. That should be going.
Yep. It is going. And it's full.
It is. It's got 100. Thank you.
Yeah, yep.
I was being blind again. Okay, so this is going to output 120 per minute, and that means I can support, I think, 4 smelters. So let's get some smelters on here.
You're just more and more power usage.
Oh dear. Yeah, more and more power usage is right.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh, what?
You're in trouble.
I'm in trouble?
Alert, due to increased spectator engagement, conveyor belt functionality is now offline. Estimated downtime is 10 minutes. Your
All right.
inability to optimize is not a bug,
Adversea.
it's a feature. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to Fix-It's entertainment division.
So, Adversea, you're so appreciated. Not. So, okay, so I can put 4 of these next to each other. I just can't connect them for the next 10 minutes.
Address says I could not resist.
Could not resist. Oh, really?
So Whitestone says a friend of mine just switched to Linux. He said his old PC, old like mine, went from several minutes of startup to around 30 seconds.
Yeah,
And all his games play way better with no hardware changes.
exactly. That's what you get with a lightweight operating system.
Yep.
The operating system doesn't just constantly cave your whole system down or bog your whole system down. So
And I'm going to give a little pushback on the idea that Windows is a bad OS. It's an OS that has served many, many people with many, many varying needs for a very long time. So it has systems for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is you personally, any individual doesn't personally need the vast majority of those. And so that's where the bloat comes from, is the fact that it's trying to service everyone. You're going to a Walmart because you need some toothpicks, right? Walmart's a massive store. It has tons of inventory, tons of people, tons of cashiers. All of that is massive bloat that you don't need for one small grocery. So.
okay, I wasn't sure that directly connected. Okay, there's my 4 there. I can't do the conveyors. 7 minutes and 48 seconds.
Crafty Karen says, it does baffle me how so many streamers have those punishing channel point redemptions and then complain about it.
Because that's part of the entertainment value, because it's welcome to Fix It Entertainment Division.
There you go. And as Adversarius says, I'm the one who sets them up, and Doc's just the victim.
Yep, Doc is just the victim, that's all. I'm just the victim, that's all.
Oh yeah, and Vicky Stingers, I'm sorry, I never got your comment earlier. Do you ever want to play Satisfactory in a heavily modded environment?
Do I ever?
Yeah, would you like to try it out?
Not really. I add the I'm not getting the line to connect that one for some reason. To connect the output. Don't understand that.
Just press H and nudge it instead of trying to fish.
Or control here, maybe control will help. Control's not helping either.
Not close enough to you.
Oh, if that's not close enough.
I'm sorry, it's a miner. The miner isn't locked properly to it. It'll never be perfect, the miner.
Okay. It'll be perfect from that point on though. I can get a double line there and a double line here.
Chingo.
Chingo's here? Good.
Chingo says Windows is about to get more complex as well because CPUs are getting more complex, possibly as soon as 2026. So CPUs generally are always getting more complex, right? They now have dedicated cores and specialized cores and stuff. Not dedicated, but specialized cores. What's the new thing? Is there something new or different about how CPUs are changing now?
Yeah, I'd like to know that. Of course, I'm not up on the hardware changes coming up at all, but it'd be good to know.
Gonogram says, I think you're being a bit over generous with Microsoft and Windows. You left out the portion where they intentionally take away features to make you pay for them from what they initially gave you. Then there's the spyware, the monthly licensing fees, the removal of network functionalities. Greed has overwritten the vast majority of good of Microsoft.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
They're in business to make money.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily about greed, it's a business.
Mm-hmm.
Taking away the network functionality, though, that bites. It is so hard to get consistent networking between Windows 11 PCs. You know, I will put a new computer on the network, and it'll recognize two of the computers and not the others.
Mm-hmm.
And then another PC will put on, it'll recognize not those same ones, but it'll just recognize a different set of computers. So that in itself just gets to be so frustrating. It's just almost intolerable.
Doc and I built our computers from scratch on Windows 11, maybe 6 months apart from each other. And for some reason, my computer can always see his, but for the long time, he couldn't see me. Now he can, but he just couldn't find it on my computer ever. And we would go through every single prompt, and we would have identical settings every single place, ever we could ever find. And yeah, both Windows 11, both connected to the same exact switch, like issue after issue.
Yeah, just couldn't get her done. And that slows us down too, because I need to transfer files to Robert consistently. When I record something, I need to get those files to Robert so he can do the edits. And if I can't, suddenly I can't. Oh, oops. Sorry about that.
Oh my gosh. How?
I got in a roll and started talking, and I'm sorry. I made a few conveyors. So, okay. So I need to make constructors. And yeah, let's constructor, and it needs to go out this direction.
Okay, so Chinko has given an explanation as to how CPUs are going to get more complex. Says basically, to put it as lightly as I can, the CPU is going to have another CPU within it. That within the CPU that within the CPU will just be for AI computations of varying degrees. That part may either depend. That part might either depend on the OS, personal preference, or maybe exactly how they build the CPU in the end. I was looking
Okay.
into this yesterday as my son will be needing a new laptop within the next year. So I was talking with ChatGPT about this and discovered this out and discovered and taught me about it.
Interesting.
Crazy.
So it's AI integration into the CPU.
Yeah, I know they've been doing AI cores for a little while now.
So how's NVIDIA going to respond to that? Because it's always been graphics cores that have been doing the AI computations. Now
We shall see.
we shall see. Yes.
Yeah, and that's just because generally CPU cores are very, very bulky and powerful, as opposed to the graphics cards had cores that were a whole ton of very, very small cores, right?
Yep.
And those a whole ton of very small ones was more effective. So it's snapping inside of the other one,
Yeah. Or just barely outside of it.
and now you got to spin around again. Oh
Why?
no, you're going in. Okay.
Yeah, I do want to go in that way. I did it wrong the first time.
So speaking about my Microsoft, Donald Grimm says, "I'm not faulting them for being a business. It's the market practices, i.e., the big three auto workers, or to hit home with Boeing, reducing quality for profit, not putting the quality out of quality product anymore.
Well,
Ford, GM, Chrysler, 40 years ago, you bought a Ford, there was no question whether it was quality. Today, vehicles are designed to break in a few years. That's not good business, which is why they almost went out of business in '07.
yeah. And Boeing also has other problems too. They have problems with their management structure. One of their key tenets is find a way. Okay, so a manager is instructed to find a way to accomplish what they're told to do. Well, if they're told to do something that's difficult or hard to do without breaking ethics, you've got some managers that can't that blur that line between ethics and staying to the to the right side of that ethics line and asking for help. The pressure gets so intense that 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 managers just overlook that ethics issue and just move on. Even though we have courses on ethics every single year, had since I was there, had courses on ethics every single year. You sign an ethics agreement that you're going to work ethically. You put pressure and money in front of people. You put the fact that bonuses are tied to accomplishing these things, ethics or no ethics, and all of a sudden you've got a 737 Max, where the engineer knew the problem was there, kept trying to say so, and his management wouldn't let it surface, and ended up getting fired for it eventually. And that's just not right. So could you read Chinko's comment there?
Yeah. Well, one comment on yours, and this is speaking. I'm not somebody who's ever worked inside of a big business, but gut instinct tells me that if you're having to teach an ethics course, that the teaching of the ethics course isn't ever going to overcome the company culture. That the company culture comes before ethics and before any HR lesson on ethics that people sleep through.
Yep. Well, they don't sleep through it. It's
No.
usually an online course, and at the end you've answered all the questions right, and then if you've answered all the questions right, you get credit for taking the course, and that's your ethics for the week for the year.
Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
So you put people through the equivalent of
Equivalent of a
School.
30-minute online course, and that's does you for. So you see the flaw there. Okay.
Yeah.
We have
Oh,
one,
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 constructors. That's
And before I hit Jinko, Zeramis says we need more CPUs using RISC, R-A-S-C.
no kidding.
RS.
Reduced instruction set computations. Yes.
What is that?
Reduced instruction set computations.
What is that?
It's based. Actually, it's what Linux is based on.
Okay.
In other words, reducing the instruction set to what is essential instead of instead of the bloat. In other words, it's a constant focus on taking and optimizing and optimizing and optimizing code constantly. so that you don't have to have all the extra extra instructions to do particular things.
Okay.
It's kind of like using BASIC versus C++. C++ is a lot more streamlined and can get the job done a whole lot faster, even though it's doing the same task as BASIC, because BASIC just is not a RISC set of code.
Okay. Interesting. So risk is a theory of how things should be done.
Yes,
Okay. Interesting.
it's not an actual instruction set. So Nung says hi. Hi, Duck. First time chat. That's cool. So Gonalgrim has a comment there.
Okay. Well, we're gonna hit Chingo now. 'Cause
Okay.
I've been putting that off, and then we'll hit Gauntlegrim. Chingo said, "Yeah, AI integration at the CPU level will be for automating processing level items, where your GPU, like NVIDIA, will still have AI integration, as the AI is being used for video integration to give the consumer a better viewing product in the end. So, two separate hardware devices doing two separate tasks within the same system, using possibly the same AI, but it isn't guaranteed or required."
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back in the text and reread that and understand it better.
So we have AI in the CPU
Yep.
for automating processing level items versus AI in the GPU used for upscaling video and stuff like that,
Okay.
is what my guess would be.
It's getting a little bit tight over here, folks.
Uh-huh.
If I can just fit that one in there, I can just... Let's see.
And Arton over on YouTube said, you guys might want to get a NAS if you share files a lot.
I've got
So,
an invalid conveyor shape
We
there.
actually,
There we go.
at one point, we do have
We did.
it's technically a NAS, but it's one of the, oh, what do you call it? It's unmanaged or something. It's, yeah. And it was actually very slow because it's an old platter drive. So if we get a full NAS, we need to get one of those nice, unfortunately fairly expensive ones.
Much nicer one than what we had, yes.
Justice says, I love your content and I love this game.
Which way is it? The output is going that way. Is
Oh,
this
you
one
have to
turned
do this
around?
all manually. Oh,
Is this one turned around? No. So what's... Did I choose a merger instead of a splitter? Probably did. That's probably the problem. Okay.
Zammer says, I turned the shell of an old computer to a NAS and it's nice.
I'm going to try that. See if I'm far enough away that I can get into here and get into here. No, still can't.
So Justice says, I want to play with you. That would be so much fun.
Okay, become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch. And for a month, you have full access until the next month.
Yep.
So-
So we have a members server that Doc was on just yesterday, and he'll be playing again a little bit on Thursday. And so Doc comes in a couple of times a week to play for a bit, and that's open for anybody who is a member.
Yeah. And we love it. I love to show off what people have done. It's just incredible what people have built on that server too. So okay, got that last one connected.
Okay, so we have Gauntlegram's comment, and this is
Okay.
back on the Microsoft issue.
Okay.
Gauntlegram said, "There's also the other side of the greed argument as well. Like myself, working for a Leo, a law enforcement office, working support for Leo. You see something that's unethical, you know it's wrong. But what happens when you stand on moral honor and integrity? You risk your livelihood and sometimes your life.
Exactly.
It doesn't begin to take into account if you have kids and a wife and obligations of people you have to take care of. So you
Absolutely.
stay quiet."
So you stay quiet. You don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so that connects those two and goes straight into splitting for those. And I just hope and pray that when I activate this, that it actually functions and doesn't break the grid. So I can get some plate out of it before it dies on me. So I can get some sheet out of it. Okay. So this is the last build I need to do before I go and build the coal power plants. Okay.
Okay.
And I don't know what the copper sheet is for. I think that's for the extractors. So I think I can go build the miners, except for I need to make some portable miners. I can collect cable, I can collect rotors, and go build the rest of it. I need two. Don't I need a third Mark 1 miner? I'm going to put a miner on all three, or I'm only going to put two at the beginning.
You only need two because they're normal mines for this.
Okay. And then I can build the third one when I want to do steel.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll use two of them. And
You
so
know,
go ahead.
Oh. On Galdegran's comment of, staying quiet, right? When those sorts of issues happen. And it's, yeah, and it's the old superhero conundrum of the villain always knows they can just kidnap your girlfriend, and aha, the superhero who can save the whole world now has to bow down because you kidnapped his girlfriend, right?
And how many politicians and stuff succumb to that kind of pressure too?
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's evil in the world, and the evil is going to. The evil has methods to make us pay when we don't want to be evil.
there's a reporter who recently, his tagline is to say, my price is my life. Saying, and unfortunately what that means is for everybody, anyone and everyone around him means less than what he perceives to be the truth, what he perceives to be the story. And that's a kind of ethic which it's a price that most aren't willing to pay. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So make sure you don't go that, yeah. So, I can't say I have that level of dedication to the truth.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I luckily
I
am not
just
in a position where I
you
can
could just
challenge
avoid truth that just avoid learning about truth that would put you in that situation. It's what ends up happening.
it.
You
Yeah.
turn a blind eye so that you don't know it, so you don't have to compromise. And the way that you're compromising then is to just not learn it.
And
Okay.
Galagram says, then you add in the complexity. Look at the Boeing scandal, the whistleblowers. Nothing happened to anyone at Boeing for their crimes or to anyone in charge, but the people who blew the whistle are no longer among us.
Yeah, you definitely did have that situation. And I don't know whatever came of those cases either. They sure looked bad. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's one of those, you lose trust in the system because not enough people face justice, and then suddenly it's like every single death is mysterious now. Every single death is cause for concern. Anyway, let's get up to happier subjects, Doc.
Yeah, let's do that.
We're here to entertain, right?
Right. Let's
Oof. Well, we have a good question. It's a technical question from Ilk.
ilk?
Yeah. He says, "Hey Doc, I'm having an issue with trains right now. I put 2 freight platforms, but when I put the train station, the train goes from the wrong lane. It can't pick up the items. How do I fix that?"
From the wrong lane. Define what you mean by a lane.
I think what you should do is take a screenshot of it and go on the Discord and share that in the help channel. I think seeing a screenshot of the current setup would probably help us diagnose it quicker. And there should be some people there on the Discord who are willing to give you their thoughts.
Okay, I was able to get the miner going and one smelter and one constructor. I'm not going to risk it any further. That's got copper copper sheet being made. I'm going to just leave it at this, and I'm going to go work on the coal. And when I come back to go do the water extractors, which are just beyond this, I will come pick up whatever sheet is in there, and I should have enough. Okay? Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Okay, so we have 106 concurrent viewers on YouTube at the moment. We have 45 viewers on Twitch. That is really, really cool. 150 people watching us
great.
currently. That's doing really good. Really good. Okay, so let's make a couple miners. Gosh, we can make 139 miners with what we have here.
Okay. By the way, Gonogram said we need to get to saving puppy dogs and cats. And we need to add an option to give back conveyors and pipes. That has now been added. So if somebody has said no conveyors or pipes, you can now pay to cancel that.
Oh,
How about that?
so we can end up with a battle
We
going
can
on.
have a battle going.
Okay. I need to redo my train tutorials, Whitestone says. Doc has got it going on. Okay.
Okay, so Gonogram says, perfect time to plug the beef jerky. Doc, do you like spicy?
No.
I'm going to do my monthly beef jerky order.
Teriyaki.
He says, do my monthly beef jerky order from Biltong and was planning on sending some your way.
Oh,
They have
nice.
everything from normal seasoning to ghost pepper wagyu beef jerky. Oh my.
I don't do spicy. I just can't handle it. So, anything that's not, super spicy would be great.
Yeah. Okay. And Gonogram redeemed let the man work. So, get to work, Doc.
Cool.
We will get some voice stuff for that. One of the biggest things that Megalith has been working on is upgrading our text-to-speech program so we can dynamically add new redemptions to it, which is going to be a lot of fun. I have a short list of new things I want to add. That's going to be a lot of fun. So, Solarflare says Doc should try Max beef jerky.
Okay.
I don't know that brand.
I don't know that brand at all. I know the brand that gets sold in Walmart. It's probably just not
Yeah.
nearly as good, but it's kind of what I know. So,
Somebody said earlier that we should make our own jerky.
yeah, probably should.
Yep.
Not hard. We got the dehydrators. We've got the dehydrators to do it.
Yep.
Problem is, beef is so dang expensive.
Solarflare says I'll send the link. It's from Max the Meat Guy. Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Max the Meat Guy will appreciate that. You send us that link.
We will, as soon as I get my rabbits up and running. That's one of the things that Garrett and I want to try out.
Ah, rabbit jerky. They'd call it, right?
Yeah. We'll end up mixing in some other meats because there's not nearly enough fat on rabbit to make good jerky out of it. So we'll end up adding some stuff. Trumpkin says we slow smoke jerky, especially venison.
Interesting.
Oh.
Okay.
And Juju just subscribed with Prime.
Fantastic.
Thank you very
Fantastic.
much.
Thank you. Okay. Cat decided to move a little bit and rolled over and ended up on top of me again. Okay, I get to see where where the miner will land over here.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, okay, Mega Duck project is complete. The drone port is connected now too. I've left my mark on the server. Everything functions, even though it might not look at it at a glance. Thanks for the interlude. It's been a nice break from my main world, but I shall visit again in due course.
Okay.
Awesome.
And we will make sure that you get a direct invite to watch the video that gets made of your creation.
Okay, so a chat from Juju who says, "Hi, can I now play on a server with him?" Absolutely. So I just dropped the link to our Discord right there in chat. Anybody who becomes a member on YouTube or subscribes on Twitch can join our Satisfactory server, the private server. The way you do it, you click on that link, and if you connect your YouTube or Twitch account to Discord, so you have to click on the user settings button, go to connections, and connect YouTube or Twitch, and then you will be able to access the member forums, and there it will give you the server IP address for Satisfactory.
Now I'm wondering why my miner isn't connecting to this mine on top of the platform.
It's not?
Not so far.
No.
There it goes.
Oh, okay, good.
I couldn't find it, I guess.
Demetrius Moscovita says, "Hey Doc, I just reached tier 8 for the first time, and after finishing my aluminum factory, I don't know what the next step is. Can you help?"
Okay, which tier?
Tier 8.
Oh boy. Oh boy. The aluminum factory, you've got to start making the next phase parts, which I believe is phase 4. So really your next step is getting your phase 4 items made. So that could be a trip, but that's the next step. So
Yeah. And Chico says, "Build more aluminum."
yeah, and build more aluminum. Yeah.
And Golgrim says about the jerky, he says, "The guy lives in Texas. Everything's locally sourced. It's halal and kosher. No chemicals, no GMO, nothing fake. All
Wow.
natural."
Wow, wow. And if he's from Texas, probably got good longhorn beef down there.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like I need to feed my hungry fuel machines here. Yep.
So, yeah, Dimitri said just reached tier 8, which is what unlocks your nuclear power, your minor Mark 3s, the particle accelerators, drone ports. Yeah, a lot of great stuff there. Honestly, what I would say once you hit tier 8, upgrade everything. Now you have minor Mark 3s available. Now that you have minor Mark 3s available, you should upgrade all of your stuff.
Okay.
That's the highest level miner you're going to get.
Okay. Man. Somebody bless me so I can stop sneezing. Anyway.
El Grandpa said, "Bless you."
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Oh. One thing, Solar Flare says you're saying it wrong. I'm not quite sure what I'm saying wrong, or what Robert is saying wrong. Could you let us in on that?
Yeah. El Grandpa says, "I gotcha."
Thank you, thank you. I've had this horrible cold for about a week, and it's finally starting to let go. You know, usually they're like two a day items or something. Okay, where am I
Doug,
going?
you're living in a house with like 6 kids under the age of 10. You're never going to be without a cold.
Yeah.
Oh, he says you're saying aluminum wrong.
Oh, aluminium, you mean? You want me to say that?
Aluminum.
Okay. Okay, Ronsmed? Is that the way you'd say
Sure.
that one?
Let's give that a shot.
Is saying hello, gentlemen. Glad to have
Pumpkin
you with
says,
us.
"Let the man work." Yes. Get it done.
So, I didn't know I had 2 meter foundations here.
Whoops.
Oh well.
British intensifies, it says to Albert. Look, guys, if you think aluminum is wrong, take it up with a dude who invented the word aluminum. Ram Dog says, let's not have the soccer football arguments today.
Okay. So is this machine running? It has 100 biofuel in it. Yeah, it is full, but we've got nothing
But
coming
you're
into
out.
it.
Oh no.
And I've got to go get some more biofuel.
Yeah. Whitestone calls it aluminum too. It says, makes everyone angry.
You know, I'm getting tired of going clear over there to go down. Guess what I'm going to do, folks? I'm going to make a ramp down over here. So I don't keep damaging fixed equipment.
Yeah, Gear, Oxygen Not Included is on the list of games that Doc would eventually like to try.
Yes.
Megamidi Backerman said, attention, sneezing is not permitted. Pioneer Doc appears to be allergic to hard work. Fix-It property will refrain from sneezing in the future.
That's a creative one.
I like that one. Yeah, that was good. And Remdog says, we all know the dress was blue and black, by the way.
The dress?
Did you ever see that? The picture of the sundress that some people thought was blue and black, and other people saw was yellow and white and yellow, I think.
Don't think so.
Oh, man. So somebody took a picture of a dress,
Uh-huh.
but there was incredibly bright behind her when she took the news. She took the picture, and so the exposure is super wonky. And so when people look at it, it's literally, you can't tell what color the dress is. Okay? And half the people think it's blue and black, half the people think it's something else. Oh my gosh. It was such a huge debate. And in my mind, it was blue and black. That's what I saw.
Uh-huh.
But that's not somebody actually found the actual dress and posted a picture of it with better lighting, and it was not blue and black. It was white and gold. Yeah.
White and gold?
Can you imagine blue and black versus white and gold? Oh my god.
That's dramatic difference.
Yeah, and now I'm not bringing this up to start the debate. We aren't going to debate it. We all know what the truth is. No, the dress was blue and black. Unless this person's...
Oh, you Googled something and found the wrong answer?
There's a stock photo picture of somebody, and showing the dress. Okay, it was blue and black.
And blue and black is not a very contrasting color. Not very contrasting colors, put it that way.
Okay, so Doc, this picture, I'm gonna show it on the stream up top for you.
Okay. Oh my.
What color is that dress?
It's blue and black.
Yeah. A lot of people see white and gold.
A lot would depend, I guess, on the way they've got their monitor tuned, I suppose.
Possibly, but it's also just how do you interpret the background? How do you interpret how the overexposure works?
Yeah.
It was black and blue. There are pictures of the dress in good lighting with a person wearing it, so you can see this person's skin tones and infer from there.
How did we get on this subject?
Yeah. How did we get on it?
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about debating, aluminum versus aluminium, soccer versus football. This was a huge... there's a set of audio files you listen to, and they'll have a list of words on the screen. Depending on which word you're looking at, you will hear a different word from the same audio file. And I swear, I sat there for like 20 minutes listening to the audio file, trying to pick up where the beats were, where the breaks were in the audio sound, to match the two at the same time so I could hear both. I could not. It was so frustrating.
Huh. It's almost as frustrating as me watching a conductor that doesn't know how to keep the beat.
Sure.
I mean, she tries. She really tries. And then they throw something like "Come Come Ye Saints" at her that goes from 4/4 to 3/4 to 4/4. And
With the timing change, oh, it just throws her off completely.
it totally throws her off. She doesn't get back on beat until the end of the verse and start all over again. Let's try it again. In other words, she doesn't read music. She doesn't actually know that the music changes beats.
Right.
And so she just keeps on beating, and all of a sudden she's off, and she knows she's off after a while, but anyway.
Yes, Remdog, it was Yanni and Laurel was the first big one. Oh, man.
Yanni and Laurel, big one of what?
It was and there was an audio file, which when you listen to it, it was either saying Yanni or Laurel.
How can it be that radically different?
I know, but I'm gonna have to find a video of somebody who puts all these compiled together so you can watch it. Because, oh man, it's so fun.
All right, we need to drop off the wood back here, and then the grass in the next one, the leaves in the next one.
Kevin, CPA Kevin says, time signature changes are my favorite in music. My favorite time signature to play in is 7/8.
When I was playing jazz in high school, we played a song called "Of Space and Time" that was all 7/8, and the syncopation was just interestingly odd, and I loved it. I got to play the solo trumpet along with it was solo trumpet, jazz, and two saxophones, a baritone sax and an alto sax. And it was a jazz contest that we played in, and we did not get placed in that jazz contest because the saxophone player couldn't stay in tune.
Oh no.
So that was a bit frustrating, but anyway, we survived and we moved on. But yeah, that was a little bit on the frustrating side, the fact that he couldn't stay in tune. It was hard enough to stay on beat, and I guess he was over concentrating on staying on beat rather than in tune.
So Rita Sointu says, hello, I've been having a really bad day.
Oh. Well, let's make it a little bit better day today. How can we help?
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, I'm self-taught on piano, so my time signatures are a little wild at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, get yourself a little metronome app. And Ronsmont asks, when did you start this save?
Oh, it's been this is kind of our third week playing it, isn't it? About that?
Look like that, yeah. But he's only playing this on stream. So.
Yep. Okay. Looks like I can build. Do I need to build one more up from here?
And
yeah, I think I'll just build it straight from here. Okay, let's build some more foundations here. I don't know why when you attach a foundation to a wall that it says that it's clipping something. Wish I could figure that out, you know?
Arden said that with the dress thing, it was a lot to do with the monitors at the time that made it difficult, which that's an interesting idea.
Oh, so this is a really old
I didn't
sort
think
of
it was
deal.
that old, but maybe it is that old. Oh. CPA
right.
Kevin says, one thing that really helped me was just listening to music in different time signatures.
Yeah, yeah. The 7/4 is really cool, even though you have to break it down. Yeah, it's basically two measures, a 4/4/3/4 measure, and 7/8 is a lot like that too. It's a 4/4/3/4 type of syncopation. But I love that. It was a gosh, I can't remember. I think it's Stan Kenton's band played Of Space and Time. So if you look up Stan Kenton and Of Space and Time, you can probably find Stan Kenton playing it. I got to, if you know your jazz from a while back, I got to meet Stan Kenton and do a workshop with Stan Kenton and our band and his band.
Oh, that's the name of the guy, the famous one.
The famous, yep.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun. I mean, those guys, of course, played tons better than I could ever think about playing, but it was really fun to be in that workshop. I think that's straight.
So AutoWork looked it up. The dress thing was in 2015.
Really?
So
That's,
not that long ago.
I mean, monitors should be good enough to
Yeah.
know to do that. Yeah, that looks not like it's straight. Let's try again.
So RebDog says there's a song in the Terraria Calamity mod soundtrack. There's a time signature of 11/4, and then there's also a 13/8. That's so weird.
Okay, that got it straight. 13/8, huh? I mean, when you're trying to get a particular mood, those odd time signatures really, really help that mood. So I can totally understand how why composers do that. That's really neat. And so, oh, it's in that rock, and I can't explode it yet. I need to make sure I don't cover it up, though.
Braden Ashley says, Dog, did you know you can middle mouse click while looking at a structure to instantly start building that structure again?
Yep, I do it frequently. It just doesn't look like I do it frequently. It looks like I'm a neophyte and I look it up a lot, but I do actually. Okay, so here's coal. We got to transport coal over to where the water is. Or should we transport the water over to where the coal is? I think we'll transport the coal to where the water is.
Yeah, I think so.
Basic steel production. And I was going to do basic steel and then something else. Okay, so let's get this moving. Okay. How much is this going to produce when we tell it to do coal? It's going to do 60 per minute. That's right, 60 per minute. We were going to combine these two onto one line, and that is a good thing. Okay. Organization. We're gonna.
So Gonalgrim said, speaking of the whole dress thing, or Yanni, Laurel, all those. He says it's only interesting in the sense if you don't really understand how diverse genetics are. People see color spectrums differently, i.e., different kinds of color blindness, and how light refracts off of things, which is why we see colors. Then getting into the even more vast complexity outside of humans to other organisms. The sum is things are different, and the difference is the spice of life.
Quite a philosophical bent there. Okay, so I can go in there, and I can go in there, and we can go out there. I'm having fun with conveyors.
So Robin Harrow has a technical question for you.
Okay.
Robin says, I'm setting up my own railway, circling the map for future expansion. I didn't use foundations.
Oh.
And is there any other way to not have floating rails?
To not have floating rails. To not have floating rails. I wasn't thinking properly. This would work if I had industrial containers, but I don't.
Oh, dang. Donald Grimm says, "You'll have to forgive me. This is day one of a long week off. No
Oh.
work till Monday. I'm sipping on an adult beverage while doing household chores. I tend to wax poetic when a bit saucy."
Okay.
Oh, and Whitestone says you can snap pillars to the bottom of a track.
You can, huh? Okay. All right, here we go. Now, wait to be amazed.
Rita says SimCity 3000 is the real building game. It's fun, but for some reason it doesn't work anymore on my PC.
Yeah, I don't think. How long has it been since they've realistically updated SimCity?
Well, Sim 4 was trash, which is probably the reason why Rita likes SimCity 3000.
Okay.
Like, okay, so yeah, and I haven't heard of any new one since then. I know they made a mobile game out of it. Woohoo!
Why would you want to play SimCity on a mobile device? I mean, I can understand doing it on my tablet,
Yeah.
but on a mobile device of any sort, I don't think so.
So, SimCity 4, I was really excited for. I think we bought multiple copies because, the SimCities was something our whole family enjoyed when we were young. And the one big thing that they were really touting is how well they tracked everything in the game. As in, every individual walking on the streets was a real person. As opposed to previous versions where they just had kind of a general, it shows people if traffic should exist, sort of thing. And the one thing that they really emphasized, and they talked about because it was funny, haha, is how the sewer actually tracked individual poop. Okay? And so that was one thing that they talked about in there. Yay, look how successful we are. And it's like, we've collectively processed 27 trillion tons of poop, or something like that. And the cool part, or the part that could have been good about it,
There's anything that's cool about that?
is the fact that it is a full simulation. It's no longer a joke. It's just, it's no longer an extrapolation and an estimation. It's actually real. It's actually tracking people. It's actually tracking things. Except at that time, the hardware wasn't ready. The game itself was not deep because of it. The map size limitations were tiny, and it just wasn't optimized well enough that the game itself just ground to a halt. So,
I need to go get some more iron plates. I'm going to need a lot of...
Doc, do you have any spare hard drives? Because God will really need to scan a hard drive.
I don't. I have a lot of hard drives.
Okay, well, I'm going to disable that and refund those
Oops.
voids then.
I missed the ramp.
Well, that's why we have multiple ramps, Doc.
Yeah. Well, when all these things are connected, we'll
There you
have a
go.
good time, man.
And Teraldrick says, mobile game, in quotes. Fancy word for casino nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of those kind of games are, just kind of not so fun. So, alrighty, ready. I can get some plate here.
Yeah, I do not play mobile games, except for a couple of them. And the few that I play are either pay $2.99 and you get it forever for free, whatever.
Exactly.
Pixel Dungeon. If anybody's played Pixel Dungeon, I love Pixel Dungeon. I've played it so many times. Put a lot of time into that game. Still haven't beat it. Still not good enough.
Good.
I've hit like level 18, I think, something like that.
Well, that's good, because then obviously the game has got enough content for you to keep trying.
Yes.
The game that I'm playing is Idle Planet Miner, it's one of those you spent $2.99 and no ads, and so that's the reason I play it so much. I get really frustrated with any game that just constantly throws me an ad to do the next thing.
Yeah.
So, and frustrated that they don't provide a way to just erase ads. Just take your $2.99 or whatever
And go away.
Go away. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but doesn't that game have pay to win stuff all through it?
Oh yeah, yeah it does.
Yeah.
So yes, they have, made it a revenue stream also.
So yeah, I refuse to play those games.
Yeah. All right, hey. There we go.
Geraldrick said City Skylines 2 did such a poor job on level of detail optimization that they were rendering the teeth on characters you couldn't see 99% of the time. The whole game lagged like mad because of it. It's just hilarious.
Well, that's kind of silly. I mean, why would a programmer do that to themselves? I just don't understand why programmers need to have so much detail that they render stuff that doesn't even show up on the screen.
I think there's sometimes the feel of, especially in the quadruple A gaming, which was actually said by a CEO a couple years ago about a new game that was coming out. Trying to say something along the lines of, we do everything so incredibly well that there's no thought to this is unnecessary. Right?
Okay.
It's just everything you can do. I think one of the Final Fantasies kind of got caught up in that. And it was so bad that it was something like, and I'm trying to remember, it's been a while, I never actually played the game, but somebody had drawn a model for a bush, and that bush had thousands upon thousands of vertices. It was such a complex little bush. It was gorgeous, but it was a bush. It doesn't need that.
Not that level of detail just wasn't necessary.
But it was because they got infected for a while with this theory, this feeling of, we're the best, we're going to put out the best work. There's no point in which you can do too much. But they then toned that back and rejiggered the game, and it's become very successful since. Yeah, Skull and Bones. I'm also mad because I wanted Skull and Bones to be good, and it was terrible. So Ubisoft coined the quadruple A title for Skull and Bones. I would love to play a pirate game. I've always wanted to play a pirate game. The ones that are out there are fun, but they're all not quite it. Not quite. There are parts of it that are just so much fun, but...
Okay. I'm going to get that power plant built if it kills me.
It might.
Yeah, it might. Every time I do something, I run into a roadblock again.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Black Flag is kind of considered to be the gold standard. I played Sea of Thieves for a bit. Sea of Thieves was what I wanted to be the big one, but one, it was just a little too cartoony for my taste. But it was also pure PvP. And I wanted there to be more of the game to just pretend to be doing missions while actually hunting down other people to kill them.
Invalid placement?
I think it's because you're too close to the thing.
Because I'm too close to the slug?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Very
Whitestone-
interesting. So
Whitestone
I have to
is-
destroy that before I can place anything going over it.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just...
So Whitestone was
I'll
looking
do it.
forward to Skull and Bones as well, but decided to hold off after hearing the quadruple A price for a quadruple A game.
Quadruple A price.
Yeah.
In other words, it was expensive, huh?
Yeah. Geraldrick says, yeah, Sea of Thieves just doesn't have the gameplay loop that resonates with me. It's gotta have progression. Give me the dopamine treadmill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the challenge with a lot of games that I have is that it's I would like more progression, like in Minecraft, for example. I'd play a lot more Minecraft if I knew what to do next, if something directed me what I could do next, you know?
Well, maybe when we get some spare time, we'll find a mod pack that does that kind of thing, because there's a lot of mod packs that want to do that kind
They
of
kind
stuff.
of give you a path.
Yeah. Whitestone says there's a survival pirate game in development called Crosswind. I'll have to take a look at that.
Pirate
Gauntlebrim
game
once
called-
said, not enough energy? Feed your machines Red Bull. Because Red Bull gives you wings.
Did that
Red Bull gives you wings, huh?
Did your power break again, Doc?
I don't think so.
No?
It's
Oh.
green.
Gonogram says Stardew Valley or games like Satisfactory are 100 trillion times better than those labeled A games that don't pass the quality of what my dogs leave on the lawn.
Quality of what? What do you say?
Of what my dogs leave on the lawn.
Wow, I think he just insulted a few games.
Uh-huh. Roots says, I've been playing myself while watching your stream. Been searching for a snail, loop, or sphere for like 5 minutes before realizing the sounds on the stream. And hi, by the way.
Oh no. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
And Andrew say I found a treasure map on the server. Awesome. Yeah, the truth is that and Doc will speak about this about all software development, but software development is an art form, and art forms come and are best when backed by passion. Passion is hard to make when you're in a giant corporation that's trying to make a bottom line to feed tens of thousands of people. Passion is found in individuals, and individuals run and make software.
So the small shops like Coffee Stain in particular, do a better job of meeting people's needs than the larger studios. And I think oh gosh, we know of a lot of larger studios that were just ruined by being a large studio.
Yeah. Blizzard
is, that's the big example that comes to my mind. Is Blizzard was just, Blizzard was great when they were small, and then somebody decided to turn it into a profit motive and hired some MBAs that couldn't figure out how to keep people happy at the same time of, turning out a dollar. MBAs are so stupid sometimes, and I'm sorry. My master's was an MBA, so I guess I could speak honestly about it because, MBAs a lot of times don't see the forest for the trees. They literally can't figure out that customers are what pay the bills. And if you don't keep the customer happy, you're not going to pay the bills whether you decide to make more profit on a particular item or not. And so they ruin things so easily by just not understanding what profit really means. I ran out of reinforced iron plate. I've got to go make a trip.
Geraldrick says the big issue with the AAA titles is they're all games made by committee. They end up making the average of everyone's opinion, and that's usually bad.
Yep,
And the tone ends up sounding like HR's in the room with you for the dialogue more and more.
Yep. You know it.
One creative writer, fairly successful one, once said that the worst result whenever he tells a joke or something is just apathy. Some people will love it, some people will hate it. If somebody has a strong reaction, that's a good sign. And so whenever he tells a joke or whatever, he wants to get that gut reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
But HR removes that. They don't want to hurt anybody. They don't want anybody to be upset.
Yep. And especially in our touchy-feely age where the main concern is I can't offend anybody.
And that's hard.
That you can't do that. Oh, I've only got 24 of these. Okay. In other words, I'm using more than I'm producing. What's happening here?
And I think Whitestone says something very astute. He says, well, first off, I love how the indie scene is so much better than the AAA scene. $20 and $30 games can give you hundreds of hours or thousands.
Yep.
Okay. Sad when $1 billion games can give you less than a quarter of the playtime. But then the good part, he says, not to say that all AAA games are bad, just more and more small dev team games are getting better and better. That's because we're getting these better tools constantly.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely. And the better tools mean that the smaller shops can run rings around the bigger shops because they're agile. They can iterate quicker because they've got a smaller group to bounce ideas off of, and they just go back to work. Go bounce ideas off, go back to work, have a small meeting in the morning, go back to work. And so, yeah, they can outproduce a big shop 100%.
and those small teams fail quickly.
Uh-huh.
Instead of spinning up an HR team and a marketing team and a conceptualization team and burning through tens of millions of dollars before you even start on a video game.
Yep.
And Goofy Gaming is here.
Alrighty.
And Clyde Mamat is here from the Philippines.
Wow. Okay, we're getting the Asian Rim coming and joining us now too. That's cool. Well, I hopefully have enough. I've got to build a lot of conveyor, and I've got, gosh. I have only 43 reinforced iron plate. Because these aren't going to have any in it.
Oh, they're low on plate?
Yeah,
Oh.
they're low on plate.
Well, you have hundreds in your inventory. Fill them up.
Okay, that sounds totally unreasonable to me. You know.
Okay.
I'm totally talking sarcastically there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, speaking of AAA failure games and studios, Gonogram says, you know, we're like Nintendo. The guy who runs it has never played a video game. I just remember thinking someone's passion for something was silly, then looked at my own love of comics and video games, etc., and realized that everyone has something they love and there's nothing silly about it. How can you make something amazing if you don't have a love for it?
Exactly. So you put an MBA in charge of a software company that's never played a game before, or a CEO in charge of a software company that's only looking at the bottom line and he's only looking at budgets. Recipe for failure. And they don't understand that. That's the thing that just bugs me. And it bugs me enough that was the subject of my dissertation, is that the creative process is done by creative people, and you can't control a creative process by making it heavyweight. You can't. You just can't do it. The more heavy that you make it, the more determined to fail you are. And so my whole dissertation was why large corporations could not implement agile processes. And my case study was Boeing.
Geraldrick says, the corporate ideal of agile development always makes me giggle.
Yeah.
What if we forced every developer to context shift to do a random stand-up? Surely that'll make them more efficient.
Yep, surely. Of course it would. Yeah, Let's make them come in every morning and every afternoon to tell us what you're going to do today, and then tell us what you did today, just so that we could satisfy our need for reporting, and so you don't have to work, or you lose 2 hours worth of your workday.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That really bugged me. I was in a project that had $64 million budget. By the time it got to $164 million and hadn't developed all the features that we needed, they finally pulled the plug on it and said, you're deploying anyway. You know, the customer will be forget about the customer. They just gonna take what we give them, and literally it was disappointment everywhere. It replaced a piece of software that did really well doing the process that it replaced with a software that just didn't. And just it made me sick because I was one of the last holdouts, and I was basically told, sit down, shut up, and take what you get. Okay. Because I was the lone holdout for the fact that a process wasn't working, and the user needed this process, and it was not fit for use yet. And I was one of the gatekeepers that was holding the whole software program back, and I was pulled into a manager's meeting and the question was, is there a workaround? Of course there's a workaround, but why do you want to create all this technical debt, right on top of a brand new piece of software, huh?
Doc, your inventory is full.
Oh, is that why I'm not picking things up? Okay, fine. Okay, so what was I over here to do?
I don't know.
Oh, I was over here to get reinforced iron plates so that I could make some more conveyors.
Okay. Well, now you have to go empty your inventory, too.
Yeah. You love the fact that I get distracted and I start picking things up, and then all of a sudden I can't do anything, and then you laugh. You laugh.
Every time.
You get a kick out of it.
Whitestone had said, plus a lot of those small dev teams are not in the too big to fail category. They need to make good games so they go bankrupt or get bought out quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So there's motivation, there's incentive, there's reason to be.
I know Doc somewhat disagrees with me, but it's just big corporation is the opposite of agile.
Yep.
Agile
That's
is
what my
small,
dissertation
it's
said.
Lean, and it's square peg round hole time when it's, well, we're going to take this big corporation with a $100 million budget and make it agile. Good luck.
No, it's not a good luck. It's a see you later. I don't want to be here when it fails, so we'll talk to you later. Tell me how it goes.
Geraldrick says that project you mentioned sounds exactly like my experience with IBM building software for us. Ended with litigation. Shocker.
Yeah.
What was the product which you guys bought? It was some COTS thing that they promised had certain features, then you realized it just didn't have the features you needed?
Yeah, it was, for one, they were using a cubing software, cubing data sets that, of course, would not accomplish what needed to be done. And what we needed to do is we needed to be able to swap out the hierarchies, the part that says this part is a subtree of that part is a subtree of that part. Needed to swap those hierarchies out so that we could update them at will. They went in saying, yes, we could do that daily if you wanted to. And by the time they got in and said, well, yeah, it'll do it, but you got to buy this other piece of software to make it happen. And that was the first thing that put us over budget. So we ended up with the one piece of software. Unfortunately, it was Oracle software, which is part of the reason why I struggle with Oracle. Had to buy another Oracle product in order to make it work. So, production. I want a water extractor, folks.
And
Missing materials. Okay, copper sheet. Adrestea.
Said, I've been trying to get my company management to see the possibilities of an app which would result in more data on user consumption and effect of our products. And they would not listen. And now they make my job redundant. Either they'll suddenly see the light and make it while I'm gone, or I have half a mind to do it myself at a sub fee for customers and sell the data back to the company.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah.
Drop off that biofuel.
No, I'm going to just go take and drop off that biofuel. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
I'm going to go drop off the biofuel. How about that?
Okay.
Am I
fine.
making you happy?
Fine.
Am I making you happy?
Aaron says, I'm waiting for the power outage. Doc's fuse is not capable of this high power output.
Yeah. I just have to spin up one coal power plant and attach it to the grid, and then the next coal power plant, and then I can breathe a little bit.
Solar Flare says, what do you think about the current Boeing chaos?
Okay, what is the current Boeing chaos? I've really stopped watching the news because it's so miserable. Oops, I wanted to.
Well, let's start with the fact that it feels like we've had a half dozen plane crashes or near crashes in the last few months.
Okay.
What?
The 787 crash, of course, was a. They're finding out it was a pilot suicide pact. Now they're investigating him for murder, and we're talking about the India crash of the 787. Definitely not the fault of the plane. Although the stock took a 7% dump the day that it happened. That was terrible. I think I want these to point out this way, my friends. I'm going to snuggle you in as close to over here as I can get you. Hey, you're continuing to go, so I'll continue to keep nudging you. Get as much water out of this thing as I can.
Teraldrick says Oracle charging millions for data licenses alone is wild. Database licenses.
I hate Oracle. They're entirely profit motivated, and anybody that gets in bed with them pays
that
a
may
price.
indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve, that will narrow down the range of possibilities. Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
Oh, gee.
Okay, so Doc, here's the rundown of the recent plane issues.
Okay.
737-8 MAX aborted takeoff at the Denver airport just 2 days ago due to a left main gear collapse, resulting in a small fire.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
The Bangladesh Air Force training jet earlier this month crashed into a school. Okay. Killing like 19 to 31 people. Okay.
Okay.
The Boeing 767 on July 19th, the near crash, they experienced an engine failure shortly after takeoff.
Okay.
An A350 in Siberia,
Which is an Airbus plane.
Yeah. It came close to a near mid-air collision with an SF Airlines aircraft.
Okay.
The small plane crash in San Diego, remember that one?
Yeah.
That was a crazy one.
What was crazy about that one? I only saw the headline on that.
That
one.
was the one where there was such a huge bank of fog, and they were landing in an airstrip whose power was out.
Oh, that's right.
All the lights were off. And so like, oh yeah, we could totally do this. Yeah, we got this. And instead of aborting and going somewhere else, they tried to land, and there was a hill between them and the airport, and they just plowed straight into a residential road, like 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's right. And the plane fuel just went down the road, lit a whole bunch of cars on fire down the street.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Then the Air India flight, which we know about.
Yeah.
And the Potomac River mid-air collision with the helicopter.
Yeah.
That was an insane one right there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. That's just in the last few months, which is just so weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I need to get rotors while I'm here, and I need to have enough wire to make cable, so I don't have a cable manufacturer. Let's see, what do we got in here? We just got raw goods in there.
Cronish Unterfort says So this is the place where all the Satisfactory shorts are coming from that I see on YouTube.
Yep, this is the place.
This is the place.
With the helpful hardware man. Oh, the helpful satisfactory man?
There
we
you go.
Okay, do I have enough rotors? I do. Look at this over here. I've got
Nice.
enough stuff to make stuff. Okay, now I just need more cable. I'm quite sure if how much. I don't have any wire. I have a little bit of wire in my bag. So I can make some of the cable. Let's see how much of the cable I can make. I can only make 66, and I need I need about 120. So I'm gonna make about half of them is all. I'll have to go down and get some more wire and turn that into cable. So you didn't refine your list to be a list of things that actually were plane problems. You know, the Potomac, of course, one. I mean, the plane flying into to the residential area because couldn't see. I don't know why, if they weren't instrument rated, that they were flying at all at nighttime. So that one disturbs me a little bit. So, yeah, there's been plenty of challenges, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think what we're just generally, we have some generational issues going on where, Doc's generation is all retiring. And one of the things that I think really died with Doc's generation, and I don't know if I've ever really expressed this with you, Doc, is there's very little of the apprentice type mindset, master and apprentice type mindset going on. So there's so much institutional knowledge amongst Doc's generation that's dying with Doc's generation, that is not being passed on.
Exactly.
That we have a lot of people a lot of boomers, not to use the term derogatorily, but accurately, who own businesses or who are high up in businesses who have this institutional knowledge, who have not passed it on.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's a fear because of decades and decades of offshoring and stuff like that. That if I pass on what's in my head, I lose my job. And so now what's happening is they're retiring and it's staying in their head and it's getting lost. And once that expertise is lost, it becomes a rot within the corporation that you don't notice until people die.
Yeah.
Until planes crash.
Unfortunately, that is the case. There's a lot of just plain knowledge going out the door, especially at Boeing. I mean, actually all companies, because my generation is also the last generation of company loyalty too. Because during my tenure at Boeing, about midway through, is when they took away the pensions. They took away the things that tied you to the company, that you wouldn't get until you retired and stayed there a while, and turned them all into 401ks that were portable and you could take to different companies. So a lot of that institutional knowledge all of a sudden became flexible, and people like me could leave. Well, people like me that had already been 15, 20 years at a company, we weren't going to leave anyway. So we continued to stay on, but when we retired, like I retired with a guy that had 44 years with Boeing, and he retired. And it was just amazing that anybody could work one place, but that was his first major job. He kept growing with the company, getting education with the company, and he was on par with doing the similar things that I did, but his institutional knowledge was way higher than mine in a lot of different areas. But he just, he retired along with me. So.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it is. Okay, I think I've got enough to make it through quite a bit of work. So let us go back to the grindstone here, and I'm almost able to build those power plants. So I'm going to go turn them on before I leave this area.
Okay. Zurimus says, my father's a machinist,
Uh-huh.
and I do it some in my later years. You said that a whole lot in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
So, Smarter Every Day. It's a channel that's been around forever. I think it has like 10 million subs, something like that. I shared the highlights of the video with Doc, but he wanted to make a barbecue grill scrubber here in the U.S.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
did tell me about that.
But one of the stories that he told was he went to a machine shop to learn how to build the stamp molding pieces to mold stamped metal, stamped sheet metal.
Okay.
And he went there to learn it, and he had an interview with a guy who was super well and super knowledgeable, and he was the guy at the company who knew how to do it. Luckily, there was a young apprentice in his early 20s, but he said since he interviewed that guy last year, the man passed away. And so
Okay.
they went from this is the only guy he could find within like 3 or 4 states around him who could do this, and now he's gone, and there was one apprentice left, and that one apprentice now works for him, by the way, making these grill scrubbers.
Oh, okay.
So
So
like,
he stole what knowledge that guy had, and now he's using it for his.
yeah, so it's like, oof, you know, that's gonna cause so much pain in the coming decades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zamaru says companies aren't being loyal to their workers, so why would workers be loyal to their companies?
Exactly. That's the point. That is the point. That is the point exactly. I can't emphasize it enough. I mean, the minute companies began the idea that employees were just a way to balance the books, you know, we had a bad month, so we're laying off 100 employees. Come on, really? So who are you going to lay off? Well, you lay off the guys that are costing you the most. Oh, great. They're the ones that know the most. So how are you going to get along after that?
Yeah, but he's an engineer and he's been with the company forever and he's making $120,000 a year. If I fire him or if I hire a college grad for $50,000 a year, we'll have the senior engineer train him and then lay him off. It'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're getting the picture there totally. So we now have coal coming to our power plant where we're going to build our power plants. So
Good.
yeah.
Adrestez says, I'm being made redundant after almost 20 years at the same company, and I can never transfer all that knowledge and experience to someone else.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There is no way. I tried. Okay. First off, when I first got into finance and started working with finance systems, I ended up building a system that later became a data warehouse. Okay. So
And what's a data warehouse in a couple sentences?
a data warehouse is just a repository. It's a huge database of data that they put an interface in front of and allow you to call and extract information from it.
Okay.
So, so I wrote a program that worked for procurement to forecast purchased parts for all of commercial airplanes. Okay, so that was the data structures that I put together. They took those data structures that I originally wrote in SQL Server and had an Microsoft Access front end, and it was so valuable they said we've got to get this to a more robust server. So they put it on a Teradata server, which I think was a mistake, but it was stronger than SQL Server. That's absolutely true. Better than Oracle. That's absolutely true. But Teradata is 100% proprietary. All of the data, you can get the data out, but the servers themselves have to be bought from Teradata. So you're locked into their ecosystem. It's a lot like being locked into Apple or locked into Oracle's ecosystem as well. But here we go. The next thing was that it became a data warehouse, and it became so valuable that it lasted 20 years until the end of my career, when I was put in charge of managing my old database that was in SQL Server and now Teradata. And then when I left, I couldn't even begin to express to the guy that was going to take over that how in the world to manage all of the information that needed to come out and did come out of that one data warehouse, because he managed the data loading every single month. And there was a ton of checks to make sure it worked right. But those checks sometimes worked and sometimes they didn't. And when they didn't work, you had to know what to do. I couldn't even begin to express to him what to do with all of that information. But, that's the best I could do to transfer what information I could in the 60 days from my layoff notice to when I left. So yes, I did take a layoff at the end because they were shifting. Wonderful MBA speak again. They were outsourcing all of the finance function from here to Bangalore, India. And we had to train people to do the job with all the instructions written down. And if the instruction wasn't written down exactly, they couldn't perform it. If there was an exception to what you wrote down, they didn't know what to do. No thinking at all. So they replaced my, $70 an hour wage with somebody that in India was probably paid $10 or $15 an hour. Yeah, you made good, but gosh, wait till it breaks. How much is it going to cost you when it breaks? So, my rant is over. I can breathe now.
We've had some great comments here, which, because we're really near the end.
What? Oh, come on. I haven't got my thing built yet.
If you can pass it by Mama Doc, we can keep going. But...
Well, all I have to do is say, oh, sorry, I ran over. Lost track of time, but I didn't. Now that excuse is gone.
Well, we will say, Cronish said, I used your advice for fluids when creating my oil temple. Combined 5 oil fields in one factory, and the other part of the factory is just a 4-meter high pipe management stage. From there, everything is going downwards. It was very helpful.
Cool.
That sounds great.
Yeah, that does. Yeah, it does really.
Wife says time goes fast in this game.
Yeah, it does, especially when I got a good crowd to talk to at the same time. I was having fun.
So we have a couple of sad stories that can commiserate.
Okay.
Adrestea says, before I started my sick leave, I trained 3 people on our ticket system and the automations I put in place, so most tickets only take a few seconds. So far, they've been transferring all tickets manually.
Why? Yeah, that's the question you ask is, okay, I put all this automation in, because that's what I basically did. I would take a process, and by the time I got done with the process that would take a month to do, I would end up with, a process where I'm twiddling my thumbs half my time, and that's just what I accomplished. I'm missing iron plate again. Good I'm making iron plate just over there.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I can understand. You put those automations in place, but then you try to transfer those automations to somebody, and they scratch their head and wonder what to do, and suddenly they can't do it.
Yeah. Yes, Arton Duck is a software engineer. He was a software engineer for Boeing.
Actually, in the database discipline, so the software I worked with was SQL Server in most cases, or SQL code.
It's a highly specialized niche within software.
Yep. Database development and querying. Yep.
And Teraldrick says companies, functionally ignorant business MBAs, love to utilize workers to capacity for work they think derives value, but hate to utilize them for robust documentation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because documentation is non-value added. Okay, MBA speak. Project management documentation is non-value added work because it doesn't actually produce a widget. So go get that logic and put it on for size, Doesn't make much sense.
Gonagrim says, this sounds like what led to my departure from the New York Times. They wanted me to train a guy from India the logistics systems that I developed. I told them where they can shove it with several colorful metaphors. So they could do my job with the company they were hiring to replace our workforce.
Yeah, sure. Good luck.
Fix-it pipelines can contain any
You know,
fluid,
my
including
sound
the
is
water necessary for
that's
coal-powered
why.
generators. Note: water does not flow upwards by itself. While water
Really?
extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
To truly defy gravity, consider pipeline pumps. Okay.
Gaming Cat says hello. And Remdog is about to take classes of databases. Says it seems really fun.
Yeah. I had fun with databases. What I had more fun with even was just the just enjoying the data. I got to the point where I could see data patterns very, very readily. Kind of like Daryl Eve says, he can look at your YouTube data and find patterns and tell you about those patterns, and you just need to learn to recognize those patterns to be successful at YouTube. Okay? Got that. It's, data patterns are important, and understanding those data patterns is even more important simply because they introduce you to a whole new world of efficiency and automation. So in fact, we did a whole lot of that yesterday, didn't we, Robert?
Yeah. Yeah,
Anyway.
we did.
What were you going to say?
Oh, just reading through more comments. Arton is also a software engineer. He says, I found that playing Satisfactory is a lot like programming. You have a few inputs and a return value, and you start to think more in the value of components.
Uh-huh. Yep. And if you think in the value of components, you also start thinking of it in the value of reuse. What am I making here that I can reuse somewhere else? Okay. Okay, I do need to connect this to a pole down here. Over here, bring it in a little bit so that I can then go ahead and power up this and this and hope I don't break the power grid by firing these up.
Selling says, built my first oil power factory. It's now built into a huge 3-layer factory, automating all phase 3 items. Your video helped quite a bit. Thanks.
Fantastic.
So,
and I want to make 8 of these, and supposedly I have enough product to make 8, but I'm gonna have to turn it around that direction, and I didn't leave enough space, did I? I need to H this one so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, I want to be there, and does that give me enough space to... Yes, it does. I just need to rebend this one over and put it against this edge here instead. That's fine.
Arton says, and your mall is a database, so you don't have your items only in runtime.
Interesting. Most pioneers already had coal
Will do,
power
Doctor.
set up by
Thank you.
this point
Never mind.
because they understood their responsibility to humanity.
So Goofy
Adjusting
Gaming says, have you
pioneer
heard what
attitude
happened with the
metrics.
game developer
Reminder:
Unknown
coal-powered
Worlds?
generators require
Those
coal.
the guys behind...
Okay, you couldn't hear Ada talking, but she was talking in my ear, so what did I miss?
Oh, I'm sorry. Usually, I try to look over and I just look at the waveform and I just missed it. So, Goofy Gaming asked about if we had heard what happened with the game developer Unknown Worlds. So, from what I understand, I haven't watched the whole thing. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica.
Oh,
And-
them being sued to death?
Well,
But anyway.
it's close. It's, first off, Subnautica, incredibly well-received game. People have really been looking forward to Subnautica 2. But Unknown Worlds was purchased by or was sold to a South Korean company. I can't remember the name of the company is. And since then, the founders of the company of Unknown Worlds have been fired.
Okay.
One of the things that was that's been alleged, because those guys are now suing them, is that there was a $250 million performance bonus at stake, and it was tied to the revenue by the end of the year. And the studio, which the co-founders allege, it was done to deny them the bonus, that the publishers delayed the release of Subnautica 2 to deny them the bonus.
Interesting.
That's what they're alleging. Now, the company, of course, says, no, we did it because there were quality issues. Who knows?
Which they could deny the bonus based on quality issues as well. I bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Whitestone, if you would like to chat sometime outside of the live streams, I think it'd be cool to compare notes about YouTube and stuff.
Whitestone, are you saying?
Yeah.
Definitely. Love to chat.
And Trumpkin says on the other side of the coin, they said that the studio was not meeting its milestones, says Trumpkin. So.
Okay.
Yes, Gondogrum says, Doc, are you going to have some water issues there? Isn't that 600 liters or something? I thought pipes could only hold 300.
Well, that's why you see me drawing one of them to the underside, one of them to the other side of the manifold here, the water manifold. So yes, it will have. Okay, let's go here. Let's do a little analysis.
And he says, you got it. But yes, please explain for those who aren't fairly new to the game.
What happens here is the pipes can only maintain 300. Okay. I have machines here that are going to want 50 each, and I've put 8 of them in a row, or 400. Okay. Now, each one of the I can't jump all the way up, doggone it.
Need those Blade Runners.
Yes, need those Blade Runners. So each pump puts out 120 per minute. Interesting. 120 per minute times 3 is 360. Didn't I say my machines needed 400 total?
50 times 8, that's 400.
So,
what are we forgetting? There's something here we're forgetting.
Yeah, there's something that we're... Amount of water, 50. 45 consumption.
There 45. We go. Okay, yeah, 50 is the total amount.
So 45 times 8. You want to hit a calculator?
Press O. No, press O on your keyboard. No, N. Is it N?
Thank you.
I think it's N. There you go.
So 45 times 8
360. There
is
you go.
360.
That's what it is.
Okay, so 3 water extractors do 360, but the pipes only carry 300. So what happens is I've got 2 of them attached to a pipe going this direction, one of them attached to a pipe coming the other direction. So they will be able to bring their capacity around, and their capacity will actually meet in the middle. And there might be some sloshing in the middle, but in essence what it accomplishes is the pipe being in a circular fashion will feed what it can from this direction and what it can from the other direction. And with the fact that there's going to be 360 total, they'll feed the individual machines at the beginning of each manifold that it's meeting it. So it actually ends up working that way. And to do that, see my video. I explain the math probably better in the video in the Duck University on a starter coal power plant. Okay. So let's put this in here and snap it. And the missing Garrett has graced us with his presence.
Hello. I was sure that was Mama Doc coming to
To
catch
extract
you
me?
late.
Yeah, I thought so too, but okay. So I'm holding down control and because I can't visually see really where it goes. Obviously there's a seam somewhere along in here and it doesn't want to be right over that seam. Let's see if I can just delete this, make it a regular pipe, and then see if I can put the junction on there better. Yeah, it works a lot better without the junction there, without the lift there, or the support there. Okay.
Yes, Gondogrim says it as well. He says you have to build your pipe system so you have enough volume to keep pressure to feed your machines. At the beginning, you can only put 300 cubic meters. However, you can loop it or use other ways to circumvent the loss of water pressure.
Yep. Yep.
And yeah, Doc's looping it.
Yep, I'm looping it. And there's, these pipes are going to fill up pretty quick. And now I just want to go to the end and hook up these pipes. Then I'm going to, at the same time, I'm going to alternate between putting the pipe on and putting a lift on this one. And then I'm going to have the coal coming into that lift, and then we'll be all set, ready to go. So let's do pipe here first. Pipe from there to there. And then a lift. What? The lift is going to stand out that far? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. Oh,
Address data says, is now a good time for no pipes?
please don't. Don't. No, it's not a good time for no pipes.
Geraldrick says water towers was one of the most useful tidbits I picked up from Doc. So handy.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And luckily, the platform Doc built is less than 10 meters higher than the base of the water extractors, so you won't need it in this circumstance, but it's always a good.
All right. Pipe. And lift. What? Okay, so what is in the way over here that's not...
Nothing. You're out of reinforced iron plates again.
Oh, is that...
I'm sorry.
Where's my dimensional depot?
Right.
I love crawling through rocks and desert and back and forth.
Donaldrum says, I could never get water towers to work. Always had to loop every liquid system.
Okay. Well, your water towers just have to be higher than the highest point that they're filling, and
And
they
the water
will
towers solve a different issue than a volume issue. Water towers solve the
pressure issue.
head lift issue. Yeah,
Yeah.
the pressure issue. You can have all the volume in the world, but it won't go high enough. You have to raise the head lift limit in order to get it to go through. So they're two separate systems that are very interlinked.
Is there any way I can build a ramp going down? Of course not. I can never get them to attach going down from under here. Anybody know the
Actually,
secret
move
to
your
do
mouse
that?
higher. Funny enough, move your mouse higher. Yeah. It's,
Wow. Okay.
It's weird. Yeah.
Good. Got nearly 3 stacks I can use here.
Address data says Doc's feeling a bit loopy at the end of the stream.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I can sure see my coal power plants off in the distance.
Uh-huh.
There. Way cool. They are way
Let's
cool.
get those things running.
Yes, let's go get those things running, and then I won't have to worry about my biofuel anymore. Senator Palpatine says, do it. Hey, Whitestone.
Garrett could do a good do it.
Do it!
There you go.
Join the dark side.
Wow.
I hope they can hear that.
That is scary. Okay. Somebody's calling for Bennett.
Bennett is our resident troublemaker. Donald Grubb says, tell Garrick he's not allowed to comment when he's missing in action.
What? I'm here. Thank you very much.
Remdog says, sounds pretty convincing. I'll join you.
Yeah.
Hey, we have cookies, so you know.
Remdog says, do I get unlimited power and a cool red saber?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, what?
Heck, that's what I said.
Got it. I wasn't looking on the upper side, and that went the wrong direction. And doggone it, the last two.
By the way, the red sabers, they're still working on that technology. It'll come, but, you know. It may be made of plastic for the first couple generations.
For what?
The lightsaber.
What lightsabers are we talking about?
The dark side lightsabers. The ones that are red. That you get for being part of the dark side.
Okay, but they're made out of plastic, so they can't kill anybody, right?
In the current generation, yeah.
Okay.
Archon says, the dark side lies, though. Do you really have cookies? Or is it a lie? Just like the cake.
Just like the cake.
Doc, you've got to play Portal.
I've
Oh my
got to play
gosh.
Portal.
Yes. That's such a staple. That's a...
Is that the one where you're in a box and you make portals and you go from here to there and you got to figure out how to get to a certain place, but
Yes.
portals just shoot you here and there?
You're describing the portals correctly, but I don't think they just shoot you here and there, but... And Garrett Gondelgrim says, you should join the Grey Knights. You get both force powers and even cooler, silver or purple saber.
I always thought that was cool, but it never ended up being canon. So, you know.
None of the cool stuff is canon anymore.
Yep.
Gondelgrim says, I've never even been remotely intrigued by Portal. It seems like Mario puzzle jumping on steroids with adding fourth and fifth dimensional problems. Portal isn't good because of the puzzling. The puzzles itself is fairly simple, actually. It's not really that bad. In fact, the dexterity portion of it, I would say, is no more difficult than your average Mario game. It's the story and cultural side of it, impact of it, that I enjoy the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
You enjoy the culture of it. That are you really saying that?
Okay, Doc. When somebody says the cake is a lie, that means something to anybody who's ever played the game or been part of the space. You laughed when somebody said the cake is a lie because it's a funny statement, but you have no idea what that means.
Obviously, if in relation to Portal, I don't have any idea what it
Right.
means.
The phrase "the cake is a lie" is a thing.
It is, huh?
It's a thing that's part of the cultural consciousness of people who play games.
And it comes from Portal.
Yeah.
Okay. How old is Portal?
It's pretty old now.
Yeah,
Isn't it like 10 years old now?
at least. But there's been a Portal and a Portal 2. No, it's even older than that, Garrett. The original Portal is nearing like 20.
Wow.
Somebody can look at that. Yeah.
It holds up surprisingly well, mostly because it uses fairly simple textures
Yeah. Yeah.
to do what it does.
It's going to have that timeless feel, just like Satisfactory is going to age incredibly well with this kind of graphics. These are not AAA graphics, what we're looking at right here. It's got that style that feels very timeless for a long time. So. Fire Live GG just subscribed with Prime.
Fantastic.
Thank you. 2007 Portal came out.
2007.
Yeah. 18 years old.
You know, that doesn't sound very old.
No, it doesn't, does it? But man, I just say it, like taking an arrow to the knee. Okay.
Why are these Mark 1 belts?
Uh-oh.
Gosh.
Oops. October 10th, 2007. Yeah. Gonagradam says, I'm sure Doc owns sweaters older than Portal.
Yeah, I probably do.
Yes, he does. Mr. Crockett says, hello, guys.
Hi.
Do you still have that professor jacket that you've had since?
I wore it last Sunday.
Now, you bought it because it had that old tweed elbow cup,
Absolutely.
elbow pads and everything.
Elbow patch.
Elbow patches, yeah.
Yeah.
The leather elbow patches. Had to be just like Tom Hanks in
a nice suit.
when he
meant-
plays the doctor.
Yeah. A nice suit meant to look like it's owned by somebody who's old and poor.
Something like that.
No, not old and poor. It's an old professor's suit. It's what old professors wear.
Yeah, it's what old professors were.
Professors aren't typically the best paid.
That's true. Gomagrum says, we got to get Doc to wear the professor jacket on stream. Would make a cool intro. Steal from Mr. Rogers. Walk on a camera, take off the jacket, change his shoes. We've talked about it.
Yeah?
We've talked about it. KRM asks, hey Doc, are you married?
Huh, for 45 years, yes.
Just had his 45th wedding anniversary a couple days ago. A week ago.
But will they make it to 50?
Of course we will.
I don't know. One of you guys might die. You never know.
By the way, he's not only is he married, but one of his sons, two of his sons are here in this room. One of them's mocking him for being old right now. Whitestone says, heck yeah, make it a YouTube intro for new viewers. Yeah, the Mr. Rogers intro is actually something I proposed to Doc a while ago, and we need to finish the studio to make that happen. So we have like half the set ready. We need to do a little bit more work on it, and we could record that. Doc, what's going on?
I'm just powering them up.
They're just not. Oh, okay. I thought you were staring at it because it wasn't working.
Well, I was staring at the power pole, trying to figure out why it said that all 4 things were taken. Because I didn't see the one going straight up to that one. Yeah, you can hear each one of them starting up. They're still working on starting up, yeah. So, no fuel yet. So we're still working on getting enough fuel filled in the first ones to get it to the next ones.
Yeah, I think you might need to manually fill that because I don't. No, it's a perfect number, so it's going to take you hours for it to manually fill.
So yeah, well, as soon as we see them firing up, I'm I need to be done with the stream, but
Yeah.
we're they're mostly going.
Yep.
I mean, there's a couple, 4 red sticks down there, but that's just because the manifold is working on getting caught up. So, but eventually, this like there, that one's full.
Good.
So they'll be filling up. And now, what does our power grid look like? Now our power grid says that our usage is here, and our production is above our max usage. So we're in good shape.
Well, Limitless Void just came back. He says, back again. How's the coal going?
It is hooked up and filling up with coal. And as soon as all of them get full up with coal, we will see level power. And all 8 are running at the moment. All 8 have green sticks.
Well, briefly.
Yeah, briefly they had all green sticks. It'll just take a little while to get them all going, but you can see the smokestacks when the later ones fire up, and that one's always going to stay fired up, and the second one and third one, and they'll start flushing down there and getting stuff going. It just takes a while to get these front ones filled up so that the back ones stay full. But I've got 120 coming in here, and they need 120 coal for 8 generators. So for coal consumption, they're 15-minute per, and we got 120 coming in, and 8 times 15 is only going to be 120. So the back ones are going to take a little while to get filled up, but they'll get filled up pretty soon, and then they'll be ready and raring to go. And so now I can probably power up the rest of my line here. So let's do that.
Dolagram, I'm pretty sure that power generators never go yellow. They're either red or or green. So, KRM says, "How are you so good at this game? Do you have a background in engineering? And congrats on 45 years, by the way."
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the compliment. Okay. I just need to figure out why those aren't firing up immediately.
Yeah, I'll check it.
Yeah, it's possibly a recipe problem. I was never told to make copper. I can't believe it.
So, Doc, do you have a background in engineering? Why are you so good at this game?
I am good at this game well, I do have a background in engineering. My parents were all engineers. I did not actually go into engineering specifically as a discipline. I ended up going into software engineering, yes. It's kind of sideline. But I'm also very attuned to supply chain management, because that's where I worked in Boeing, is working on supply chains. So the idea of this part goes into this part and makes that part is just second nature to me, because that's what I did for the good 20 years of my 25 years at Boeing. I was a trainer for the first 5 years teaching software. And then after I kind of graduated from software, I started using my IT skills to help my people get data and information. So yeah, the background in engineering comes honestly because my dad was an engineer, my grandfather was an inventor, my great-grandfather was an inventor. They all understood engineering concepts, were engineers. I mean, I was just around engineers a lot. That's probably why I didn't go into engineering. Because it was just second nature to me, and it was actually boring by the time I got involved with it. So anyway, that's kind of the way things are at. We've had a great run today. It is a little bit late. It is 1:30. I went a half hour over trying to get these coal power plants done. I said I would go and I would get them set up if it killed me, and I get to go in and pay the price with Mama Doc Catholic. So I hope I don't die, but we'll see. So appreciate everybody coming. Thanks for all the guys, everybody who subscribed, and we got an ADA TTS there. Did that one go already?
No.
Well, let's hear that ADA TTS
Okay.
before
Well,
I
let me
go.
get it generated for you.
Okay.
Uh,
R2D2 is my favorite Dalek from Star Trek. From Star Trek? Yeah. No, Star Wars.
And
What is your favorite? And Dalek is from
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who. I mean, boy, you're shuffling them all around. Okay. Croc3T says, or Crockett, just made 10 nuclear power plants. A lot of work, but it's great. Just a question. What do you do with the waste? You go to the next level of power plants, turn the waste into plutonium rods, and run it into the next bunch of power plants. And then you take the waste from the plutonium and make it into fixite, and run it through the last group of power plants, and then you've used all the waste. So yeah, you've got 2 more levels to get rid of all the waste, and then you'll have it. Okay.
Gontilgrim once said, R2D2 is my favorite Dalek from Star Trek. What is your favorite Dalek from Star Trek, Doc?
For one, Star Trek doesn't have Daleks. Doctor Who does. R2D2 wasn't a Dalek. He was what do they call it?
Droid.
He was a droid, but what was he? What kind of droid was he?
He was a communications? No, no.
No, the communications droid was
C-3PO.
C-3PO.
Yeah, I don't know what classification he was,
Yeah.
but
Okay. Do I play Factorio? I'm going to be playing a lot more Factorio in my future. Yes. already got.
Astromech. There you go, Trumpkin. I like this crowd, Doc. You got some good viewers.
Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna play Factorio, and I made videos of it in my early phases of learning Factorio. So those you'll find on my channel, and I plan on making more videos and becoming expert in that game also, along with Star Rupture as it comes out. So I really need to go. So we're going to have to suspend the questions at this point because we could go on forever. I really appreciate all you folks. Thanks for all the people who subscribed, and come again, and we'll see you on Thursday. Talk to you then. Bye-bye.